Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Board of Selectmen is called to order at October 8th at 6:06 p.m. I'm going to take a roll call to make sure everybody's here, which I see they are, but Sheila?
Here.
Pat?
Here.
Ed?
Here.
Mike?
Here.
The gang's all here. Good evening, everyone. This is a virtual Board of Selectmen meeting. We're using the Zoom conferencing format. The webinar ID is 988-3709-6139. If you wish to make a public comment and speak on an agenda item, please use the raise your hand feature on your device. The moderator will be notified and will unmute you. Please identify yourself before making comment. Probably this is going to be a fairly long meeting, so we're going to probably take a break around 7:30, 5-minute break. So, okay. Item 2, approve September 24th, 2020 Selectmen's meeting minutes.
So moved.
I have a first.
Second.
Roll call. Sheila?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries. Public forum. This is an opportunity for anyone who wants to address the Board of Selectmen with any issue that is not on the agenda. Do we have any written comments or anything, Laurie?
The only written comment I have is related to short-term rental.
Okay, can wait. Is there any hands raised?
No.
No hands, okay. Excuse me. Public hearing to amend the traffic and parking control ordinance to place a stop sign at the intersection of Kings Highway and Dyke Road. Public hearing is open. Is there any public comments? Any hands?
Well, I would ask that we have Craig and Mike join us
Okay,
for this piece. And we had a conversation at the last Selectmen's meeting about a request from the Goose Rock Beach Advisory Committee. And I believe Richard Driver is here as well. If we could make him a panelist, Dave. And so the Selectmen decided at that point that they would go forward with a public hearing to amend the ordinance to place a traffic stop sign on the west end of Kings Highway at the intersection of Dyke and Kings Highway. So this is the opportunity for the public to weigh in and the Selectmen to make a decision and potentially authorize the amendment.
so do we have any hands raised? Okay. We'll close the public hearing.
Huh? I'm surprised.
I am too.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we place a stop sign at the end of Kings Highway.
Okay.
Okay.
She's muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All I would say is, I don't think anyone at the beach is aware of this because we have not heard anything. There's been a great deal of discussion regarding short-term rentals. So I'm not sure the public knows about or at least the property owners know about the proposal for the stop sign. Our only comment would be, depending on where it's located, it could be quite difficult to see and could potentially cause more issues than not. When we've had issues, it's been from people coming from the west end, trying to come out onto Kings Highway, continue on Kings Highway where the intersection of Dyke Road comes around. But I don't think the public knows that this is happening. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you for your comment. So I have a motion.
Could we add in that we might do a sunset clause, that after a year that we review this? Is that necessary?
We can review it at any time. You know,
Okay.
the Board of Selectmen can anyways. Maybe we won't be the same board, but the board or a board can do it in the future.
I'll
Yeah.
second. I think it's a good idea
All
I've
right,
been-
I'll-
for a long time, actually.
I have a first and a second. Chief, is there anything you want to add to this at all, or Mike? Anything that you'd like to make a comment on?
No, sir.
Mike?
I'm all set.
Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing. I think I closed it already, and I thought I closed it, but.
You did.
Anyway, okay, we'll have a roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Alan says aye, motion carries. Okay. Item 5, wastewater infrastructure overview and discussion of organization structure. Is Chris around?
Yep, so
There
we
he
have,
is.
we have Chris here and we're gonna leave Mike in the room with us. And so Chris is here to review with you where we are with the wastewater system and some challenges and also some proposed change to our organizational structure. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Chris. And Chris, you let me know when you want me to start the PowerPoint.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. Is everybody able to
Hey,
hear me
Chris.
okay?
Hear you great.
Great. So as you may recall, last year we had a fiscal sustainability plan that was completed by Wright Pierce. That had to be done pursuant to the last round of bond funding that we received. That fiscal sustainability plan came in about midsummer last year. And there were quite a few findings in that. For those of you that don't know what a fiscal sustainability plan is, it was simply a study that was undertaken by Wright Pierce to determine the current condition of all of our critical assets at both the plant and in the collection system itself. So I kind of just wanted to revisit that plan tonight and look for some direction to the board, from the board, as to maybe how aggressive we would like to be in terms of a long-term capital plan. You can start the PowerPoint, Lori.
Mhm. Everybody can see it?
You can.
Okay. I think we can go to the next slide. So when this plan was completed, this obviously came back with some estimates as to what it was going to cost to replace these critical assets, and more or less a time schedule as to when they should be replaced. Can we go to the next slide, please? So in this table, you will see the asset description. So it's broken down by assets at the wastewater treatment plant, the pump station, and the collection systems. And it's kind of divided into 5-year increments from 0 to 5 years, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and 16 to 20. As you can see, in the first 5 years of this plan, there was an estimated almost $6 million that would need to be put into the current system to take care of the assets that have already kind of depreciated beyond their lifespan. 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15, and 16 to 20, it's also broken down. So basically at the end of 30 years, it looks to be about a...
Not 30, 20 years.
I'm sorry, 20, yeah, I'm sorry, 20 years. $30 million, just over $30 million. Can we go to the next slide? So like you know, I'm shocked by the number as well. It is a big number. You know, why so much? So a lot of our system right now and our current assets, some of them are 50 years old at this point. More of them are 40 years old. And then a lot of the newest stuff is 30 years old. So the system is aging rapidly, and it's going to require some investments and upgrades to maintain the integrity and the reliability of the system, so we can continue to provide good service to the town and also protect Maine's water quality. So in doing so, we need to kind of consider our future intended course. Capacity will be a factor in that. And we also have to consider what investments we're going to make. Could I have the next slide, please? So this is one table that was present in the fiscal sustainability plan. And I just wanted to give you an idea. This is kind of the renewable timetable for some of the most critical and high priority wastewater assets. So if you look, the clarifiers we have 2 of them, are at the top in 0 to 5 years. These are responsible for removing a lot of the floating and settable solids. And this is something that we've actually already have the design work mostly completed at this point. It's at a 90% completion on that. And as you work your way down, you'll also see the belt filter presses. The generator at the treatment plant, we're coming along with that right now. I'm just waiting to pour the concrete pad next week. The generator has arrived, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks, we'll have that set and hopefully be online and within the month.
Chris, what's that going to run off of?
The generator?
Yeah, is that going to be propane or natural gas? Well, I guess propane.
Actually, we couldn't go with propane. The unit is a large unit. It's a 400 kilowatt unit, so it's diesel powered.
Okay. I just recall reading in your papers, or the papers that we received, that we were going to switch to propane, but that must be at the pump stations only.
The pump stations are on propane. We did attempt to look at going to propane for this generator, but it just wasn't feasible due to the size and the capacity.
Understandable.
So just to continue on, at the bottom, you'll see the pump stations, the Ocean Avenue pump station, Wild District pump station. Those are 2 of the more high priority pump stations that we're going to have to start looking at soon. Could I get the next slide, please, Laura?
Chris, I got a question before you move on. Just a
Sure.
couple of things. On that chart that you showed, it showed that we were going to be at 5,000,009 or thereabouts for the 0 to 5 years, 5,985.
Yes.
And then on table E6, ES-6, it shows that the cost for those items is 8 million, a 7,000,008. Am I missing something?
Lori and I looked at that, and we kind of had questioned that as well.
Some of it is related to this number, and this table does not include engineering and design and some other work associated with it. So why the engineers did 2 tables with 2 different numbers, I'm not sure of the logic, but there are some costs in this table that aren't in the other table.
So we're saying that it's not 5,000,009. I'm not questioning the integrity of the numbers. I'm just saying, we're saying it's really almost $8 million, 0 to 5 years. Is that
Yes,
what we're saying?
it could be.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
again, these are just estimates.
Sure.
This is a particularly difficult market right now to get projects done.
And is there any way that we can take a look at this and say, okay, this has got to be done this year? I know what you got. You can only do so many things at a time and so forth, but is there any way that we can layer this in so that we can see what has to be done this year, year 2, et cetera, et cetera? And do we have time, and do we have the manpower to do it all?
Sure. So this would have to be a stepped approach anyway. Depending on which projects we decided should take the high priority and should be completed first, we're going to have to consider a lot of different factors. One of which is design time. Another would be manufacturing time. What we have seen is obviously manufacturing lead times have increased significantly with the boom in the economy. Other factors at play would be time of year for us. Certain items we would only be able to tackle during the lower flow part of the year, which would be basically wintertime.
But has that been laid out yet?
It's not laid out completely yet. We would kind of have to have an idea as to how much of an investment we would like to make up front, and then kind of decide how we were going to schedule that.
Well, why I was asking the question is not because of the detail out ad infinitum, but the question would be related to what has to get done now to ensure that we can adequately run the waste treatment facility.
Sure. So the most critical thing right now would be the clarifiers. They are probably the most tender item that we have right now. Those would be the most critical. The lead time is quite a ways out right now on manufacturing. So we would not even be able to tackle the first one until winter of next year. So when I say winter of next year, winter of 2022.
Have we kicked it off yet, Chris?
We already have the design plans. They're 90%. They will be at a point, they're going through a QA QC process here in the next 3 weeks. If we have a decision at the time, you had approved $1 million in the reserves funds, which would allow us to take care of one of those right now in one press. If we were to decide we were going to be more aggressive, we're still at a point right now that we could change the plans and the bid package to do, both units in the same winter.
I guess my thing is, I really would like to know is, as a selectman, is what do you think needs to get done now, or immediately? Can you wait as long as we'd like to wait, or do we need to do something now?
So I think we need to, as soon as possible, take care of the 2 clarifiers, the 2 presses, and then immediately following that, we need to start on pump stations.
So what do you need for help to be able to do that?
The most important thing would be a commitment to funding, approval to bond again.
And what kind of danger are we in if we don't do it?
So the risk of failure for the clarifiers and the consequence of failure for the clarifiers is very high. If we were to have an issue with those during the summer months when we're on higher flows, we would likely not be able to meet permit. We could be subject to penalties there from DEP.
So Laurie, what do we need to do to be able to fund this?
So we don't have the cash, so we would need a bond. And so you would need to have a special town meeting or a town meeting at some point to authorize a bond so that we could proceed.
So we have $1 million set to one side, correct, so far?
So you guys authorized the $1 million we had in reserves. And as part of the discussion, remember we've talked about the PFAS issue as well.
Right.
And so we have basically it would be $2 million to replace both clarifiers and both filter presses.
So
And
we
so
would need a $1 million bond?
Mike and Chris and I have discussed whether to use the $1 million for 2 clarifiers or to do the $1 million for a clarifier and a press. And the issue is that meanwhile, we cannot send our cake out to a landfill to dispose of because it doesn't meet the water content because our filter press is so low. And meanwhile, so we're continuing to compost, but that compost we cannot sell or give away because of the DEP regulations. You could, and you could give people a waiver to sign. However, there's legal liability there. And so we have not felt comfortable with that legal liability. So we've been stockpiling that compost. Well, what are we going to do with all that compost? So what we normally would have done was provided you with a request to start landfilling the cake at in this past budget year, but because everybody else is in the same boat as us, those contracts have gone up, and also the demands from them in terms of water content level have increased. So we can't meet that. So to me, I was recommending we spend the $1 million on one clarifier and one press because we're hedging our bets. If we have one good press, at least if we had to start landfilling that, we could meet that requirement. So, one of the problems with a very aging infrastructure is once you start repairing some things, they don't all fit back nice together in a 50-year-old system. And you run up with some complications. And I'll tell you, this past year, Chris can talk about all the troubles he's had with construction and with material delays and equipment. And, we just finally took the second delivery of our generator, which got damaged. So it has been extremely challenging to just do the work, even if you do have the funding. But if we spent $2 million on clarifiers and presses, I think Chris would feel better about that. But immediately we could spend another couple million on pump stations without blinking an eye.
So let me ask you a question. On the compost that we now have that we can't sell or just get rid of, can you repress it? If we get a new press,
No.
it can't be repressed.
Well, you're creating much greater volume, so you'd be landfilling a lot more material, which probably wouldn't. So we are mixing the compost, adding more material to kind of bring down the levels of PFAS and PFOS in it, and using it for town projects where we know it will not be used, to grow vegetables or, anything that could go into human consumption. Our levels are very low compared to, everywhere else we've seen. But it's still a liability and a risk.
Well, I just think that we need to minimize the risks. We have an aging system, and I think that we need to put whatever we've got to put into it because we've delayed for way too long on this system. It's the only one we got, and we're growing. So I would just think we need to do what we need to do to get it done.
So you're thinking that we should go ahead and do another bond.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it's
And-
inevitable.
So if we do another bond, when could we do that? And how long would it take? I mean, to get the bond straightened around?
Well, the rates are very low right now, I would think, aren't they?
Well, one option available to the town is to go through the state revolving loan fund. That's what we did on our last $2 million bond. So the pros there are the interest rates are extremely low. I think we are at 1% interest rate on this bond that we have. The con on those is that there are a lot of requirements, regulatory requirements that can cause simple projects to become more complex. So that's what you weigh between the two.
I'd go for a bond.
You're, Sheila, you're muted.
Well, we should probably start with the clarifiers and the press because the pump stations don't make any difference if we can't process what's coming out of them anyways.
Right. I asked if there were any grants available from the state. Would there be any possibilities?
So I did look into that. I spoke with DEP regarding that. The only issue that we've had is we haven't qualified because the median household income for the town is over the threshold.
Say that again, I couldn't hear you.
Our income
Too
levels are too high to qualify. USDA does provide some grant funding for wastewater systems as well. And I have taken advantage of those in other communities I've been in, but we do not qualify for those because of our income levels.
Lori, when I was looking through the paperwork today for this, it says that when we bond, isn't it a 60-40 split between our municipal budget and the actual users of the sewer? Is that set in stone? Can we switch that? Can we reproportion the split? If we decided to, is that possible?
It was established, I think when the wastewater system was originally established, And I'm assuming that someone did some analysis of why that ratio, it's in the wastewater ordinance. So the selectmen can amend that.
Because I think a 50-50 split would be much more equitable because there are many people in town. In fact, by looking at the map, I was shocked at just how little sewer there is in the town.
There is little in terms of distance, but in terms of
Yes.
density, I think we have hit the high density areas.
But I think, speaking personally, I think a 50-50 split would be more equitable. But that's certainly a discussion for another night. We could talk around that. But my curiosity was if we could, look into it. But I'm good with going ahead with this. And Chris, speaking for myself, I would suggest, and please the rest of you speak up, go ahead and get the presses and the clarifiers, get the engineering and get, so we can be shovel ready and we'll get you the money. Because if people find out they can't flush their toilets, a special town hall meeting isn't going to be a problem. I've been through this with a private septic system and that's no fun. And I had to pay for it all myself, and this will be shared throughout the community.
So if we get the money and everything, what's the time frame before we can start getting work done on the stuff?
So the current time frame that we'd be looking at least according to the recent experience that Wright Pierce has had with similar projects, the lead time just on the manufacturing alone, if we were to give the word tomorrow, is going to be 16 to 20 weeks. So the clarifiers are a project we would have to tackle during the winter months when the flows are low, because we're going to have to do one clarifier at a time. So I don't believe that we can speed that up and accomplish one this coming winter. I think it's going to be, January of 22 before we can do that. We can certainly start some of the background work with the presses and kind of decide on what technology is going to work best for us, given the characteristics of our plant. And I think, the press is something that we could probably tackle any time of year. The ones that we have now are redundant, so we can leave one online and replace one.
So how long does it take to get a new press? Same time frame?
The same time frame or more. We hadn't had that discussion with Wright Pierce yet on that, as we've been focusing on the clarifiers.
Well, I think we're all in agreement on that.
Are we saying though a clarifier and a press for now? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Well, we only have $1 million. And so the question is, how do you want to spend it? So, Chris would make a strong argument that the clarifiers are the things he worries about the most. I worry about how big a pile of compost I can't get rid of we're going to have. And so if you want to go forward with a bond, are you looking at next June town meeting? Are you thinking sooner than that, or?
Let me ask, I want to understand first, the clarifiers, if we lose the clarifiers, we're in trouble. If we lose or don't replace the press right now, what we're doing is building up a pile. But if we don't fix the clarifiers, we can't function. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I would say it's clarifiers that, in my opinion, I'm not an engineer, but it just sounds to me like that's what we need to do.
Are both
Just keep in mind, I only have so much space for this pile. And if I get too big a pile, or our numbers go one way or the other, there could be DEP regulations that kick in as well.
So are both clarifiers are they both in terrible shape equally, or is one better than the other, or?
No, they're both pretty much the same. When we took them down for the inspection for Wright Pierce, there's a lot of metal embrittlement. We have currently been kind of patching holes that are in the scum troughs. We're very concerned about the rake arms on the bottom because they are constantly submerged, and exposed to, a nasty environment. So both of them are about equal.
Okay, so Go ahead, Sheila.
When the clarifiers are put in, do they run in unison with the presses?
No, so they have a different function other than the presses. So the clarifiers are part of the.
You don't have to. The reason I ask is sometimes when you put in new equipment and it's hooked up to old equipment,
You tire it out quickly.
either.
Sure.
So I wanted to know if they worked together.
No, they're separate and independent of each other.
Okay, thank you.
So Chris, let me ask you one more question. If it were up to you and you only had a set amount of money, would you replace one press and one clarifier, two presses, or two clarifiers? And I know, and I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but you know, we want to make the right decision, and you're the one with the expertise here, not us.
Sure. So, my personal choice would be to take care of both clarifiers because that's what I need to have working to meet our permit.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
So $2 million will take care of two clarifiers. Is that correct?
No, 1 million.
$1 million should take care of two clarifiers.
Okay, so if we're going to go out for a bond, for another $1 million, we'd have $2 million to work with, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so why can't we do both clarifiers and one press?
Well, I don't have enough money right now to do two clarifiers and one press. I only have enough money to do one or the other, but
Well,
We're
that's our
talking
job
about
to
a
find you
bond,
the
right?
money.
So can we, if we go and get the bond approved by the voters, we would have the money, correct?
yes.
Okay,
Okay, if we have $1 million, why don't we go ahead with the two clarifiers? And then, because it's going to take a while before we can get bonded, once we get bonded, we can then look at the two presses.
well, Lori's saying that she has no place to put the compost.
Exactly.
So we've
I
got,
think-
if you have no place to put the compost, where are you
No.
gonna put?
Was out, it's going to take some time before we get the bond.
If
Because
if we go through the state revolving loan fund, we're not going to sell a bond. That's all done through the state. And so they would give us money in the interim through a bond anticipation note to start the process. So it's different when we go through the state revolving loan fund than when we get the money ourselves. But the question is, when would you want to be seeking authorization? Because that will determine the timeline of construction.
I think that we should do the bond right away.
I do too. I'm with
I,
you.
I agree, but I think we should expand the project because we're just kicking the can down the road. We're going to have to pay for it sooner or later. My suggestion, and again, when we work through the bond itself, we can discuss it, but is to split it 50-50 between the users and the municipality and go for the whole thing. And let's get it done. At least get one of the presses done. Because my understanding, and please, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, if one of those presses goes down or the clarifiers go down, people are going to be very, very upset if their toilet doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, the toilets will still work. It's just our ability to treat the wastewater.
We'll just be putting wastewater out into the river. So
We don't want to do that because we'll be in big trouble.
But, okay, if we do that, but, we really we can't solve this tonight, but we really need to look at that $30 million number and figure out what we're going to do on the long term. We can't be sitting here and this is my own opinion. I'm just saying we can't be sitting here and saying every time a problem comes up, we're going to do this, this, and this. We've identified what the problems are. And it may or may not be $30 million, but we need to make plans on how the hell we're going to do this. We've got an aging, if you look at the dates that we got this equipment that we're trying to run a modern technology with, a modern operation with, we need to do something that is, or plan for something that is forever going on and not just sitting here in an emergency basis. We need to sit here and say, And I think this is an emergency basis. I think we need
I
to be,
agree with you, Mike.
I think we need to plan it out and say, if it's $30 million, then we got to let people know, and then we got to say, how the hell are we going to do it?
Well, you just can't take a bond out for $30 million. Nobody
No,
will
I'm
be able to
not
pay the
saying that.
taxes.
I'm not saying that. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is you put a plan in place, like Chris is good at this. We can put a plan in place, say, okay, we're doing this now. Then we got to do this very next thing because this is going, that's going, that's going. And then figure out how we're going to do the whole thing, not
Well, I
just
know-
sit here and say, we got to spend $8 million this year, $9 million next. We need to know when and what.
Well, I think we've started a pretty good conversation right now with the clarifiers and the presses.
I agree.
And those are the two major things right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That
Did
seems
you-
to be the heart of the system, the treatment plant itself, and all the other stuff is, it's kind of, there. And if we don't get the treatment plant itself working and up to speed, well, we're going to be chasing a lot of loose ends for a long time.
Well, Mike's right about putting some kind of plan together to get
Absolutely.
on track on this. But I definitely want to see the clarifiers fixed and the presses fixed right away.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's tackle that. That's today's problem as I see it. But again, I'm not an engineer, and I'm not the waste treatment supervisor either. In fact, Chris, could we get together at some point, you and I or Mike, and I'd like to have another tour of the plant and actually see what we're talking about. I'm
I would
very
too. I
hands-on.
would too.
Yeah,
Even if we did it as a
had-
group or
We
small
had
group.
planned to do a tour as part of the budget process this year.
Yeah.
Then COVID came. Because I think it would be beneficial for you guys to see this equipment and understand it. It's hard when you use these terms and you don't have a picture in your head.
It's very abstract, absolutely.
Yeah.
The last time I was there was with Alan Moyer. I haven't.
Yeah.
Last
Who's
time
it?
I was there was when we gave Lori the tour when we were interviewing her. That may have been the last time many of us were there.
Yeah, I think we need to understand the problem so we can help in the future,
No.
So, Chris, do you just want to talk a little bit about the pump station so we don't get too focused on just the treatment plant and what your concerns are there?
Sure. So aside from the treatment plant, we need to start looking at the collection system as well. And when I say collection system, that would be the 17 pump stations that we have, and also the mains, the sewer mains that we have, both the gravity and the force mains. So we everything out to Goose Rocks comes into Cape Porpoise, via the Cape Porpoise pump station next to the fire station. And it's basically from there, it comes to the plant via Patty Creek pump station and then Wiles District pump station. That's kind of our, as we call it, the main train. Those pump stations are at the end of their life as well. And we will have to start looking at those. Right now, I think, for the time being, until we have, a comprehensive 20-year capital plan in place, that is probably where we'd start. That is one of our biggest areas of concern next to the clarifiers and the presses.
So when you say pump station, are you just talking about the pump itself, or are you just talking about the whole station?
The whole station. We had done Chicks Creek and Green Street pump stations 3 years ago now. And we're going to have to start that process with the rest of the pump stations. The wet wells that receive all the wastewater live in a harsh environment. Those pumps operate in a harsh environment. We have sent a few of the pumps out to get rebuilt at times. We're buying some time, but, the unknown is the condition of the cans, which are, the dry side that the employees go down in to service these pumps. We don't know what the condition of those are, because you probably can't determine the condition when you can't see it. We are concerned about the condition of the cast iron, that we have in the ground. So some of those factors are unknown. All we know is that they have been in service for a very long time.
Do we have any extra pumps if one pump goes down?
We have no extra pumps. There is no redundancy in the system, which is another large concern for me. We went through this in December of last year when we had that large rainstorm. We had sent one pump out to be fixed at Patty Creek because the bearings had gone in it. And we had an issue with the upfitter taking care of that quickly. And during that storm, we were running on one pump, which is obviously not ideal. The pump station had a very hard time keeping up. And, we had a hard time keeping up at the plant. So all of these are going to have to be looked at.
So my recommendation is if you were going to go out for a bond, is that you should look at not just $1 million, but we don't know what the cost is actually going to be when we bid these, and we need a little contingency for the clarifiers and filter presses. And also you ought to be looking at a pump station in that bond, because the amount of time and work to get the bond up and going and through DP process and the bidding process, it's just construction then takes that much longer if we have to start over.
Okay. So how much is a pump station? I don't have it in front of me.
Sure, it depends on the size. If I recall correctly, Green Street and Chicks Creek were somewhere in the neighborhood of just over $500,000 at the time. I would expect you would see that would be quite a bit more today. And if you took into consideration the Cape Porpoise pump station, which is 30 feet deep to begin with, there'll be a larger cost. I would expect that one to be upwards of $800,000 or $900,000.
So your suggestion is maybe a $2 million bond?
I think at least a $2 million bond.
I think the answer is we don't know tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted
It's
to
a
prep.
substantial amount of money.
And again, with this, funding obviously is a large part of the answer, but the other part of that too is, even if you were to give me $6 million tonight, only so much work can be completed in a period of time. Only so many of those projects can be managed in a period of time.
That's why I was trying to get at. I understand that from being in business and manufacturing in the past. And that's why I was wondering if we could put out some kind of a schedule and say, if we did this, it's going to take from here to here, here to here, whatever. And it's really eye-opening when you figure out what you got to do and you find out that it's take a miracle to do what you want to do. I mean, it's nothing to do with you. It's just that's what it is. It just takes a lot of time and planning, and we have limited resources to do it, So that's what I was trying to get at, was to lay it out and say, now that we know we need pumps, when do we need those pumps, and how do you fit them in with getting the clarifiers fixed and the press fixed and all that kind of stuff, because you only got so many people,
Right.
and so much money, That's what I was trying to get at.
So do you want to give direction to Lori on what we want to do for a bond? Or you want to wait? Or you want to talk some more about it? Or because this is something that we need to get on the ball with.
The need is obvious. We've gone over this. We
Right.
see the condition of the equipment, and it tells us that we've got to do something soon with a plan. So I would say there's no need to, kick the can down the road. Come up with a plan and say, this is how we are going to proceed. This is what it's going to cost, and this is what I need for bonds, and go from there.
Sheila?
Chris, how long will it take if we purchase the clarifiers? You said they probably wouldn't be in for another year and a half. You wouldn't be able to put them in till winter 22.
Correct.
Can you work on the presses and the clarifiers at the same time?
We can. That's certainly possible. It would require probably a few more resources, which would bring me into another part of my discussion tonight.
Okay.
If you guys are okay with that, I can move on to that part of the discussion. as far as public works goes, if we're looking at a lot of capital projects coming up, engineered capital projects, I think that, some consideration should be given to maybe further restructuring public works as a whole. So as you may know, Bryce Bond, our chief treatment plant operator, has resigned and he's taking a position with Kennebunk. So that does leave a position open. So we wanted to propose the idea of possibly hiring an engineer. A lot of wastewater districts, and it certainly isn't going to be just for the wastewater department, but a lot of wastewater districts have an engineer on staff. One of the newer models appears to be, you have a superintendent, then you have an engineer, and then you have a lead operator. And under the lead operator, you'll have however many operators is necessary to run that district. I think in considering that, I think that there would be some, benefits to that. I think one of the benefits of that would be you would do away with some of the redundant responsibilities that were present between myself and the chief treatment plant operator. And I think, with that model, you're providing for a professional engineer on staff. This helps with planning, oversight and management of, certain programs, engineered projects. And I think that would leave Mike and I to have some more time to focus on other things. And with an engineer on staff, I think that, there would probably be more efficient completion and oversight of these projects. I can speak to that just recently with the generator project because, as you know, we'd put that out to bid twice. We didn't have any responsive bidders, so I took on the responsibility of being the general contractor on that. And for such a small project, it's consumed a lot of time. And I've been dividing my attention constantly with that. And I'm not a construction manager. So I think that you would get some experience and some oversight there that would be beneficial to the town in reducing costs.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
I
So
think it's time.
just to be clear too, that would require that we would probably pay a little bit more than we did for a chief treatment plant operator. I wouldn't say it would be substantially more. We'll see what, the applicant pool looks like, but we would spend, some more money.
It sounds like we'd get a lot more for that. We'd get somebody who could
Right.
do multiple
I think so.
positions.
Right.
And we're hoping we could save some engineering costs on these projects.
I think
I
it's a good
would,
idea.
you have my blessing to
Yeah, same here.
proceed.
Same here.
I agree.
Can we go back to the bond thing, though? I don't want to leave that.
Right.
And the reason is, Chris, is the 0 to 5 year, $8 million, $7 million, $9 million. Are you confident? I don't know, confident's the wrong word. Do we think we can do all of that stuff in that 5 years?
I think
to be done.
I think that would be difficult. I think we could certainly tackle a good part of it. I don't think that we would be able to do all of it.
Okay,
It demands a lot of resources.
fair enough. But I'm just going back to now the bond. If we had an idea of how much that we are going to be able to accomplish in 5 years, then that, by sitting down, like I said, if we could just sit down and take a look and just, hey, look, it's all estimates, but if we could just see how much in 5 years we think we can get done or need to get done, let's put it that way,
Sure.
that would change the perspective on what we should get on a bond. I'm not a bond expert, but I don't know about doing bonds piecemeal, because every time you needed to do something and you'd have to come to us and we say, oh yeah, we need to do that again, or we need to do this. Now we got to go through the process of getting another bond. So I'm saying if we need to spend to keep ourselves whole, $8 million or $7 million over the next 5 years, depending on what we can do, then we shouldn't be just going in for a bond for the process.
Okay.
we should be going. That's my opinion, folks.
So
Yeah.
can you
So
take a
Chris-
bond?
Yeah, Chris and Mike and I can come up with a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan for your review. I don't want to go out beyond that because it just becomes
Yeah, it doesn't make
unrealistic.
sense. Yeah,
But we certainly have done the capital project plan every year, and we'll refine that on a more assertive level than we have. I think that the issue with, so the good part is if you bond everything at once, we have a clear direction, right? We know and we can plan for all that. The con is that costs will probably increase over that time because you're talking about a 5 or 6 year period if you were to bond all 8 million. And you probably have to come back for some more, and you'd be paying interest on that before you even bond, because the state revolving loan fund won't start your bond closure until all the projects are complete. So you'd have potentially 5 years of short-term interest plus the interest of a 20-year bond.
Well-
So we want to plan the bond in an amount of work I think that you can accomplish within a
Correct.
couple of year period.
it's okay. Yeah, I'm with that.
That was my question.
I'm with that too. You
Let's-
can only do so much in a period of time. So let's figure out
I
what
mean,
it is, and then let's
you-
get the bond. I mean,
And within 2 years, priorities could change because of new environmental regulations or because of equipment failure someplace else. So,
Well, you wouldn't want to bond $8 million for a 5-year project and be paying interest on it.
No, I
Yeah.
wasn't suggesting,
other-
that.
Yeah.
I was suggesting that we have to determine somehow how much we can really get done.
Right.
And it's not a criticism of anybody. It's because, it's like a juggler. You juggle 4 balls, you do a good job, you put the 5th ball and you drop them all. You just gotta plan on what you're doing.
Right.
And
Oh, I agree.
yeah,
Okay. So I guess you're going to give us a plan?
Yes, yeah. I can start working on that immediately.
Okay, because then we'll figure out what we're going to do for a bond and everything else. The next couple of meetings, I guess, right? Does that make sense?
Sounds good. Yeah.
and
Okay.
we're going to authorize an engineer.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
I think that's a great idea.
Yep.
Do you need a motion on the engineer or no?
I don't, because it's not written anywhere about the organizational structure in ordinance or anything, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Yes, absolutely. Terrific.
Just
So we
keep
have
the flow.
clear-
Just keep the flow flowing.
So we have a clear on the $1 million, on the $1 million,
Mhm.
and we're going after a bond for the presses and whatever.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Mike. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Item 6, Cape Porpoise Pier update. Mike?
Yeah, I've unmuted. So, as you know, we've had issues with the Cape Porpoise Pier, which we've discussed in the past, and we've had Baker Engineering working on that project. And that's still ongoing as far as getting our grant money together. But last week, Chris Mayo, our harbor master, noticed some cracking that had occurred after some of the last high tides inside the bait shed. The slab that supports the floor, more towards the parking lot side, looked like it dropped down 1 to 2 inches over the weekend. So I went down there with Chris and Barney Baker, our consulting engineer, and we took a hammer drill and drilled 3/4 inch holes through the slab. It's about a 6 to 8 inch slab. It depends on how close you are to the edge. It thickens up at the edges. And found that there were significant voids under that slab. It had cracked in the past. It's not that surprising
Uh-oh.
with high tides that water would get in there. But that's what apparently is happening. So the building itself is supported on grade beams that seem to be on fairly on good concrete, at least more towards the parking lot side. But the slab is basically just sitting on whatever material was put there when the building was built, and tides coming in and out have started washing that out. So it is an issue. I don't think you've got an imminent collapse. We don't have a lot of weight on that slab. It's just bait trolley trucks. But we'd like to. We're looking at what we might have to do for remediation. That involves either injecting grout under the slab to stabilize it, or cutting holes in the slab and putting pourable fill, flowable fill under the slab. And both those options look fairly expensive.
How we come in with our bonds, Mike, our grants?
The grants, we've been meeting with EDA. Our hope is to have a submission towards the end of the month, and then get some response from them early next year. But I think, if things go well, we're still looking at possibly starting construction in November of 2021.
Excellent.
I missed about 2 minutes of that because I lost the internet at the town hall. So were you talking about spending some money to fix it or what? I didn't.
Well, we've had Knowles Industrial. Knowles Industrial has been down there. They're a concrete repair contractor, and they've given us a cost estimate. They haven't given us a real proposal, but just a broad estimate for, I think, from $8,000 to $12,000 to try to grout the holes, grout under the slab, to pressure grout. We have not looked at cutting holes. The other possibility is cutting holes in the floor and putting flowable fill in there under the slab, and that may be a cheaper option, and we've got to explore that with the contractor.
So my question is, where is it going to end up? Where's the concrete going to end up? Is there something to catch it, to fill a void? Or is it going to go into the ocean?
The only place it can come out is the front face. I think if we did it at low tide, we can just put filter fabric, stuff filter fabric underneath, and that would hold it up. We really need to, we haven't come up with a real plan yet. We just sort of estimated based on the size of the voids under there, how much grout we'd need and what that would cost.
Okay. Full of good news tonight.
Jeepers.
You know what it's like when you're getting old.
Yeah, I do. Fix and repair. Oh, shoot.
No comment.
So, we just wanted to let you know that we are continuing to look at other funding sources with the state and feds. There are some complex layering of grants we're attempting. Mike is doing an outstanding job continuing to follow and dog those. But in the meantime, we're continuing to monitor and make repairs at the pier as best we can. And I just wanted Mike to be here to answer any questions you might have.
So where would the $10,000 to $12,000 come from?
It'd probably come from our pier reserve account. So the money that we're saving to fix the pier,
I know.
we would have to spend some of it in the meantime
To
Fix the pier.
to fix the
Fix the
pier.
pier, we're going to tear down
Yes.
Right.
before it falls in the ocean. Okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere, right?
No, I'm staying here.
Yep. Okay. Item 7, approved street opening permit for Dana and Mary Hutchins on Langsford Road for new sewer service and conduit for power.
So as you recall, we approved a water district, water service for them. At that time, we didn't know where the sewer was in relation to the whether it was stubbed out and whether the stub would require a street opening. Investigation has shown by the contractor shown that it would involve a street opening. So they've applied for a new street opening for that. And they'd also like to do, and they said, well, since they'd also like to do underground power. In order to get overhead power, they would have to put a 10-foot masthead on top, on the front of their house. And they aesthetically didn't want that. So they're requesting underground power, which they could put in the same trench that they're doing with the sewer.
So is the trench going to be bigger?
No, it'd be about the same size. There's no separation requirement between a power line and the sewer stub. You know,
What do you mean? What do you mean by a masthead?
a
in front of their house.
A post that would go higher up than the front of the porch, go above the front porch, and then a wire so that the overhead wire could be high enough.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Only 10 feet above ground?
Above the porch.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I think we should have more underground utilities.
Yeah, I know.
Electrical.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Fine with this.
You
Motion,
know how I feel about
motion to-
opening up streets that have been paved.
That was opened up once already too. You can go, if you go up there, you can see that it's been, that was the water line, I guess. And
Yeah.
So it's been opened up, Mike?
yeah,
So it is still, they still have a requirement to mill and fill about a 50-foot section. And what they're agreeing to do is, since the trench will add 8 feet, the two trenches are 8 feet apart, they're going to add 8 feet to that mill and fill.
yeah.
So it'll all be done by the same contractors working for the water district, and they're going to pay the extra for the homeowner will be paying an extra for the additional 8 feet.
You know, this will be a good test to see if this mill and fill actually does work. You know,
Well, if
'cause
it's already been
there's going to be other people coming forward, I'm quite sure, to do the same thing these people want to do.
Well,
And I
Mike,
guess
didn't
after
they I think they
a year or
already
two,
did
you
that
might-
on Ocean Avenue at about
Say that again?
312 Ocean Avenue. They got a new little house there, and they've got a mill and fill on the road out there that is probably as extensive as you're talking about now.
That was the same contract. You'll get the same, what you saw on Ocean Avenue for that. That was someone who got water after the water project was done.
Right.
And so you'll see the same thing on Ocean Avenue that you'll see that on Langsford Road.
How's that holding up, Mike?
It was just installed a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
But you can drive by and see what a nice job it is. It looks well. It's just a different color asphalt.
Well, we'll see how well it holds up in the next couple of years, that's for sure, after a couple of winters go by. But I'm okay with this for the time being.
Yeah.
See how this is going to last. How about everybody
You
else?
approve?
Yeah,
I have a motion.
I move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. We'll take a roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Ed,
Well, since it's already been opened, aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Alan says aye, motion carries. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Hi, Becky. Did you unmute, Becky?
Aye. I did.
Okay. Let me turn the page. Okay, sign the municipal valuation return.
Well, we
Yes.
lost one of our selectmen.
Uh-oh,
Oh,
okay.
Mike,
We lost Mike.
There he is.
Mike's back. Mike, you're muted.
All right.
There you are.
Okay, so the municipal valuation summary report is something that the state of Maine has municipalities fill out every year. Basically, it's an inventory. It's kind of like my audit to say what type of properties we have, the different, exempt properties, what our tree growth is, open space, things like that. It's just kind of a summary of all the properties in Kennebunkport. So it's something that I do every year that requires you guys to sign. So it's used for the computing of what are reimbursements for the homestead, veterans, tree growth, and school and county funding amounts, what they would be. So that's pretty much it. Our certified ratio this year was 90%, but our developed ratio, which is our actual ratio that the state came up with, was 82%. However, the state allows for a 10% deviation, so we raised it to the highest that we could go, which was 90%, because that affects what the taxpayers receive for their homestead exemptions, because we have to adjust those exemptions based on our certified ratio. So we try to go to the top of whatever we can claim, just to help get those exemption amounts in. So we're at 90%, real time 82, and our quality rating is 15. It's still not bad. 15 is still a pretty good number. 20 is, as the higher you go, the worse our quality rating is. 15 is pretty good, but it is showing that our values to sale prices are gapping more and more, which we knew anyway, which was why we were going to do that market adjustment. But unfortunately with COVID, it changed all of that. So that's where we are right now.
Becky, has the state said anything, as we get further and further from the separation of the 90%, that they're willing to cut us a little slack in the future because of COVID if we do, fall out of their graces?
The requirements, we have to be between 70% and 110%. So we still have, some space before the state requires us to do a market adjustment. I don't know how strict they are. I haven't really had to deal with that, but I mean, we still have a little ways to go before we hit the 70%. As for the quality rating, I looked back historically on some of what our older quality ratings were, like way back before 2009. And some of those quality ratings were pretty high. They were like 20, 21. So I don't think that as much the quality rating the state looks at too much as like, oh, we have to make adjustments. It's more of the ratio that they're looking at. And like I said, we still have a little ways to go to 70. So we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that within a few years that we'll be able to do some sort of adjusting, even if it's not a full blown reval or just like we were going to do a small market adjustment, that will alleviate some of the, discrepancies between the sale prices and assessed values. We really haven't updated anything since 2009. We haven't updated construction cost tables, anything. So, which was something that we were going to do and get everything to where it needed to be. And unfortunately, we haven't done that. So I think a lot of our changing in our ratio is based on the fact that we haven't updated anything in 10 years. So the hope is within the next few years, we'll be able to make those adjustments, you know, and level everything out a little bit. But right now, the market is just kind of a little crazy. So I don't.
Well, that's my hope too, Becky, that we can, continue
Yeah.
or start again what we had started before COVID.
Right, exactly.
Well,
So
Becky, how much of it did we get done before COVID hit? I mean, are we halfway through?
They really had just started
Okay.
looking at what properties had sold. They were really just analyzing our sales when COVID hit. They hadn't started knocking on doors yet. We had sent sales surveys out that people who had recently bought their properties were filling out. And the field person or the field supervisor had started just driving around for properties in town to look at, what the sale price was and making sure that like what we had for the information on the house was correct. So we were really in the beginning stages of it. They hadn't really gotten into any analysis, any changing of cost tables, nothing at that point. They were getting ready to start kind of knocking on doors because while the data collectors and the field workers are doing their part, then the computer geeks adjust all the cost tables and run all the analysis and things like that. So it would have happened side by side, but they just didn't get that far.
Understood.
So Becky,
Yeah.
when somebody buys a
Mhm.
house and then down and then builds something else up, are they taxed on what they bought the house originally for or what it is afterwards?
Okay, so you kind of broke up a little bit. So
All right.
so if a house was purchased as is standing, or are you saying did they do improvements? Was
Yes,
the question?
'cause
Okay.
we have a lot just going on here. They buy a property,
Mhm.
they take it down,
Okay.
and then they build up a brand new
Mhm.
house. Do we wait for the
Okay.
state to change anything, or do you do that yourself?
We do that. What happens is obviously whatever's there is what they get assessed on. Now, if they're tearing something down and then rebuilding it, even though it's new construction, the cost tables are still being figured on 2009 cost tables. With assessing, and I could go on for a long time because I love talking about assessing. I apologize. So with a house that's standing there, if you built two houses side by side, one was built in 1980 and one was built today, the starting point would be the same. However, the house that was built in 1980 would be seeing depreciation. Now, because we haven't updated any cost tables, a lot of the properties haven't depreciated because they're still in that new, if they were built in 2010, they're new. If they're built in 2011, they're still new. They haven't seen any depreciation because we haven't adjusted our cost tables. So a house built in 2010 and 2020 are using the same construction cost tables. So the older house is not seeing any depreciation at all. And the newer house is being built or assessed on construction cost tables that are 10 years old. So it's not really an accurate, because obviously construction costs are a lot more today to build the houses. So we don't capture all the value that we could be capturing if we were using today's costing tables for assessing, if that
Gotcha.
makes sense.
And
Thank you.
Becky, to be clear, when you're
Okay.
talking about this, you're talking about the structures only. We're not talking about the land valuations.
Right. At this point, we're just, the construction cost tables, the land tables, obviously were all established in 2009, but mostly I'm dealing with the construction costs because in assessing, sometimes it's hard to determine what a land value is because people will buy something and tear it down, and then they'll build something new. So how do you look at that sale? Is it a land sale? Or is it a sale that had a value, a structure, that has value to it, and then trying to determine what that somebody would be willing to pay for a vacant piece of property on that particular area. So those are also, they take those into consideration when they do the market adjustment. And of course, the neighborhood codes and all the things that we had established back in 2009, a lot of things have changed, especially along the water. People are willing to spend more money now to buy a property on, Langsford Road or Pier Road or in that Cape Porpoise area, where in 2009, it wasn't really, I know, and this is the word they say all the time, hotspot, and now it's becoming more of a hotspot. So those land values would have to be looked at and adjusted accordingly, which again, we're still looking at, land values from 2009 based on a particular area that maybe wasn't, a great place, people didn't want to live, in the Cape Porpoise area. So it wasn't really an expensive or a higher neighborhood code as of today, where people seem to be wanting to spend more to have water access, is what I'm seeing anyway. That's what I see. I've seen a difference in what we have established and what people are willing to buy properties for, with in regards to how close they are to different bodies of water. Actually, used to just be the ocean, and now it seems to be, if they're at Cape Porpoise Harbor, if they have marsh, anything that they can drop a canoe in and kind of go off, or even just see the water, people are willing to spend the money on that, is what I'm saying.
Thanks, Becky.
Okay. See, I told you I like talking about assessing.
It's okay.
I can go on
Well,
all
we're
day.
glad you do.
We learned a lot tonight, a lot more.
Very
than you.
enlightening.
Okay.
So I would obtain a motion.
So we have to approve this?
Yes, you have to sign it.
You guys are the assessors, so you have to authorize it.
Okay. I'll make the motion that we sign the municipal valuation return.
Second.
I have a first and a second. I'm going to take a roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries. Thanks,
Thank
Becky.
you. All right. Have a good night.
Okay. Consider item 9. Consider renewal liquor license application submitted by Azador LLC DBA The Lost Fire, 62 Mills Road. The staff recommends it, and the police
So
chief,
moved.
fire inspector, and the code enforcement officer has signed off on it.
And we have
So moved.
Tracy, here.
We do?
We do.
Yeah, pretty
She's
soon.
muted, but she's here. It's going to seem very strange when we all start meeting in person again.
That ever
know.
gonna happen? I'm beginning to wonder.
I think it's going to be a while.
All right, well, you can go forward.
So moved that we accept, who did we say? Lost Fire?
Aye.
Yes.
And I'll second that.
Have a first and a second. Roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, 10. Consider a renewal liquor license application submitted by Mainly English Inc., DBA 1802 House Bed and Breakfast Inn, 115 Lock Street. Staff recommends approval, and the police chief, fire inspector, and code enforcement officer has signed off on.
So moved.
Second,
Have a first and a second. Roll call, Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Ed,
aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Alan says aye, motion carries. It's almost 7:30. Do you guys want to take a break? 5-minute break?
I'm good.
Or you want to keep going?
I would like to, but why don't we work our way all the way up to short-term rentals and take a quick break before that?
There's only one more item.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So let's consider the
Do that.
shellfish. Well, Alan's the chairman.
Yeah.
Don't let me tell you what to
Well,
do.
I'm just asking what you guys
like
want to do.
I'd like a break.
Yeah,
Hey,
stretch my
Okay.
legs and etc.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Right.
All righty.
So everyone should mute yourself because we're still live. So, all right, so do we think we're ready?
Ready?
Send me in, coach.
Alan, you are muted.
What?
Okay,
You
you're all
there,
set.
Sheila?
What's in my ear? My finger.
No, you were muted.
So is everybody ready?
Born ready.
Okay. Item 11, consider appointments to the Shellfish Conservation Committee. There's 2 applications, and I think that we have room for 2 more. Is that correct?
The ordinance allows from 5 to 7 members, and currently you have 4 members on the committee.
Okay. John Credier, is that how you
John
pronounce
Crowd.
his last name?
John Crowder.
Crowder. Okay, and
Oh.
Edward Jellison.
Mhm.
John has a PhD in biology.
And I can speak for Ed Jellison. I've known him for years, and he is a complete outdoorsman, knows everything about the outdoors, and I know he'd be a good candidate for this position.
Is
Yeah,
he
they both
related-
look excellent.
is he related to John Jellison?
I don't, I know Ed and his brother Stephen. That's all.
Sounds good.
He actually works at the rum line, so I'll have to tell you that.
So I think that we have room for 2 more.
I think
Yes.
so.
Yeah.
I move we accept these 2 applicants for the Shellfish Committee.
And I'll
You second that, Sheila?
second. Yeah.
Okay, I have a first and a second.
So you're making a motion to appoint them with a 1-year term until June 2021. Is that what I heard?
That's exactly what you
That's
heard.
what I heard.
Okay. roll
Do we
call.
have to, do we have to do that? Do we have to restrict it to 2021?
It's a 1-year term.
It's a 1-year term in the,
Gotcha,
yeah.
I'm with you.
Well, everybody else has got 20.
That's where I
Yeah,
came
but
from, Mike.
also-
One day you can go from Shellfish Committee and you can be on the Board of Selectmen. That was my
Yeah,
first committee assignment.
But I'm gonna look at that. There's some that got 2023 and 2022. How is it a 1-year assignment?
Well, when I was on, it was a 1-year assignment. We were appointed every
Well,
year.
It's not. It's
we're,
not.
we're just trying to put them in rotation. So it doesn't mean they won't be reappointed next year. We're just trying to spread out the expiration date.
Okay,
So I have a first and a second, and I'm gonna go ahead and go with roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Mike,
all right.
Alan says aye, motion carries. Item 12, discuss short-term rental regulations. I'm gonna go ahead and have the selectmen go over a few things first, and then go through the second draft that was given to us.
I'm gonna ask Dave if Werner is out there to bring him up
Okay,
to panelist. I don't think I see him.
I haven't seen him on there all night, Lori.
All right, I'm just reaching out to him. I forgot my box of Kleenex. Hold on.
and what we're gonna do after, we'll have public input after the selectmen talk about the things that Amy Chow has thrown out to ask us what we think about things, and then we'll go over the draft itself, and we'll have some public comment.
Okay, he's coming.
All right.
So in your packet, there is a memo Werner and I did review the draft language that Werner had previously crafted. This is the latest draft from the attorney, but the attorneys are saying that they have questions of the selectmen in terms of understanding where they may want to go with the ordinance, etc. So I'm just going to run briefly through these on the memo. So under section B, I just wanted to point out that the condominium and hotel rentals, such as the resorts at Goose Rock Beach, some buildings already go through a land use approval and are registered differently than a single family dwelling. So this ordinance would not impact or affect those particular properties. Under section D, the question is, should the license be transferable to the new owner of a property? So if I have a license and I sell my home, does the license continue to be available for some grace period to the new owner? Or does it expire and the new owner goes, in the pool to apply with everyone else? Section D3, there's currently a 7-day minimum stay requirement. And the question is that something that you want to maintain? We've heard feedback from property owners saying they have concerns about that. The question about where licensing takes place. So like most of our licensing takes place through the town clerk's office, whereas permitting takes place through the codes and planning office. The town clerk kind of coordinates the inspections with various departments, although it could be run through planning and codes as well. That's just another question point. Right now we have it so that the license is, requires an initial inspection of the property for the original license. And then once every 5 years, do you want an inspection at all? How often? Those are some of those inspection questions. Right now, the parking for the property needs to be all off street, so located on the property. We do have some properties in the village area and Goose Rocks Beach where the densities are such that there may be issues with people being able to accommodate all parking on the property, and that's something to think about. There was a section G6, Werner in particular had a question about, are we assuming that rental agreements are going to be stricter or at least consistent with the town rules? We've heard from several property owners who say, the rules we have in place are much stricter than town rules anyway, and we do a lot to take care of those properties. Under section 8, there's a talk about suspending a license. So if there were complaints that were substantiated, so there was an investigation of the complaint and there was proof found that that complaint had merit, after so many, is it going to be the 3 strikes, no license rule? Are all those complaints measured the same? So if there's a complaint about somebody leaving their trash at the end of the driveway versus loud noise and over parking and overbooking, are those all the same? Does 3 trash complaints, for example, get you to have no license? And then who has the authority to suspend the license? So remember that whoever has the authority to suspend the license, there could be an appeal of that. And so if you think kind of at the top of who you want to be the appeal board, you should kind of work your way down from there. Also, section I, we have, do you want to determine the number of licenses in the ordinance or set the number annually? Currently, on the advice of the attorney, the current language states that the license number shall not be less than the year before. So the thought process is you don't take away rights of people by lowering the number. You certainly can increase it or maintain it. So those are some of the questions we've received through Amy Chow and points I wanted to make sure you knew. Werner, do you have any other comment on that?
No, I think that's that's a good overview of what the document includes. Along with those comments, I'm sure that we'll have some more kind of questions as we, maybe work through some of the bugs of how this may operate. But yeah, I don't have anything additional to add at this point with that.
I'd like to go ahead and go back through these real quick and just ask the selectmen what they think of these and what they want to do with them. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So Section B, the ordinance will not impact condominium hotel rentals such as the resort Goose Rocks Beach or Goose Rocks, as they are classified differently under the land use ordinance.
Can we be clear, the resort at Goose Rocks, is that the old Spang property?
Yes.
Okay.
So what do you think about that? Is that something that, I don't think that these short-term rentals, I don't think that these should be included. That's my opinion.
I believe those are seasonal properties in that they would never be year round. They're not like a single family home where you could domicile in them year round. I think they have seasonal water and other restrictions down there. So I would tend to agree with you, Alan, that they're not really the same as that, and that therefore they could be exempt. They're not year-round members of our community that are staying there. Perhaps some of them will like it so much they'd like to move here. That would be nice, but they're not like a house on my street or your street or
like a residential house.
Correct.
So what's everybody else think?
I agree.
Sheila?
Agree.
Pat?
Yes, agree.
So it sounds like to me, we can strike that out.
Well, we might want to add that in.
That's how it currently reads now. I just
Okay.
want to make sure you're.
It does.
Okay. Section D, should licenses be transferable to the new owner of the property? Should the new owner be given a grace period to obtain their own license? On one hand, the value of the property could be impacted by the loss of the license. On the other hand, should people on a waiting list be given the opportunity to have a short-term rental?
I would prefer to see them not transfer because if my neighbor, just for an example, has a license for their house and I don't, and it can transfer, even though we might have identical homes, I believe it would, that the town, by issuing the license in a residential home, would therefore artificially create value in that particular property.
With the license staying with the property, eventually, no, you wouldn't get any new houses, because say if you had 300, and eventually it would be just on those 300 homes.
Correct.
And nobody else would be able to do their house.
Yes, and keeping in mind, and I'm speaking to the audience here, not necessarily to the Board of Selectmen, but our objective here, at least my objective, is not to do away with short-term rentals or punish short-term renters, but to create a system that we have going forward, since that we don't have anything right now. And as I like to tell people, I'm in the process of getting a permit to have a chicken coop. So, when the Kennebunkport was founded by fishermen and farmers, and here we are in 2020, and anybody can rent their house and anybody can do it in any manner they want. So I believe that this ordinance not only is necessary, but I think it's long overdue. But I don't want to be onerous about it either.
If you're gonna build a chicken coop, good for you.
Yeah. Well, you can come over and help.
Alan, I would think that if we are putting a maximum on how many licenses are allowed, then that will affect us passing licenses to people who are buying homes. For instance, if you have 300 and you don't want to exceed 300, you will have a waiting list. So if somebody buys a property, then they should get on the bottom of the wait list. If you're maxing out the licenses.
Right, but the way this reads is that if you have 300 houses that's short-term rental now, say, and they all decide that someday they're gonna sell one, that license will go with that house, so that.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No.
That's saying it shouldn't go with the house.
I
It should go
agree,
Bottom
Okay.
of the request.
but that's
list.
what,
And again, the town would artificially be creating value or excess value in two like homes, one with a license and one without. Plus, it's not fair because, we have people renting now, and there are probably people in the audience tonight who are not currently renting, but may wish to in the future. And we don't want to exclude them just because they aren't doing it today.
So I agree with Sheila that they really shouldn't be transferable, especially if you have a waiting list. And if there's somebody on a waiting list that wants to, if we end up with a waiting list, somebody wants to get on, then the person who's buying a house should go to the end of the line or whatever the waiting list is. That's the way I think is the easiest way to do it.
I think.
And I agree with what Ed is saying about creating value for somebody and not for somebody else. So
How about you, Pat?
just barely hear you, Alan.
You can just barely hear me?
Oh, there
That's
you go.
better.
That's better.
I'll get closer. How about you, Pat?
Yeah, since we don't currently have any ordinance and any short-term rental approvals, we have to start somewhere. Are we going to have an open period where you got, say, 2 or 3 months or whatever it is to apply for a short-term rental license? So right now, we don't really know how many people are out there. And the intent was not to stop the people that are currently doing it.
Right, exactly.
So
We don't want to do that. We want to
no,
make sure.
that's
Not at all.
That's where I'm going with this.
Continue.
So we have to have an open enrollment period, if you will, and then we'll find out how many licenses we're talking about. And then at that point, we can review it, see what would make sense. And then you have something to base your decision on going forward. That's all.
To that point, Pat, and you bring up a very good point, I'd like to see something in the ordinance or something that we could discuss, because I think it's probably beyond tonight. We'll be here till midnight if we discuss it, as to how we fair and equitably assign the original licenses and determine the number itself. Because what I don't want to see is people who are not currently renting their homes out, and maybe they don't even have any intent, but they think, well, maybe in 10 years I'll want to do it. So they run out and they apply for a license, even though they've never done it. Where perhaps we asked for proof that in 2020, they actually rented their home, or in 2021, when if the ordinance reaches the public and is enacted. Where Amy might advise us on that is something I'd like to know.
So you're saying you want to put a cap on it first?
No, I don't think we can cap it because we don't know how many licenses. If we said 500, I couldn't tell you if there are less or more than 500, and nobody could honestly tell you that. There is no definitive information out there to tell you that.
Okay.
Perhaps the state of Maine could if they told us how many resale licenses they'd issued, but I don't know that they will.
So it sounds to me like you guys are in favor of not keeping the license with the house if it sells, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Speaking for myself.
Well, the new person who buys a house that subsequently or has previously been rented out in the short-term rental now, we're only talking about short-term rentals. If you
Right.
rent your house for 2 or 3 months, it doesn't apply. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
if you have done this before and you sell your house, the person that buys it has to apply for a license. That doesn't prevent them from getting a license. It just says you don't automatically get a license. You have to apply for it. And if you don't use it for a year or two or whatever the period is, you don't really have a valid license any longer. How long do you want to? I mean, this is not a piece of paper that you can hang on the wall and say, okay, 10 years down the road, if I want to rent the house, I can, because we don't know if any of the safety measures and the requirements are being met at the time. See what I mean? There's got to be a time where you can get your license, you use it, and then if you no longer use it, it expires.
I think there's some language in the draft itself that shows that, we could ask to look at their books
Right.
if we decide
Yeah.
that we want that.
Werner's got his hand up.
You have your finger up?
Yeah, I do. So something that I would ask you to consider, on this, the transferability here. What I hear you all saying is that, you're discussing mostly the transference of property through a sale, through a market sale. And so I think one of the questions that this brings to mind is, do you have any thoughts on transference of property amongst family? Because I'm sure, we know we have, properties like this that are owned by, probably multiple family members. We've certainly heard, or I've heard testimony of that, of where you have a family, that maybe you got 3 or 4 people on the deed, and then it's being transferred in and amongst the family. And so that certainly is a bit of a different animal than a market sale. So I didn't know if you wanted to distinguish the difference, a difference between, transference amongst family that are, that aren't really sold versus, a market sale.
Well,
Would
if
you, are
somebody-
you talking about inheritance too?
Yeah. Potentially an inheritance. Yeah. I mean, I don't see where an inheritance is any different than if it's going from from one sibling to another, or a parent to a child. But
or even a sale. You've got a new name on your lease, or not the lease, but on the
License.
deed. So if you got a new name, they come in and apply for the license. There's no reason they can't, in my mind, apply for the license. But that way our records are up to date.
except if you throw them onto a waiting list,
Well,
I
no,
think-
I'm saying there is no waiting list. They've got a license, you've got a change of ownership, then they have to apply, which means, are they currently meeting all the standards? They got to sign these documents that say that they are doing it in accordance with what we have said needed to be done in order to have the place. You know what I mean? It's a way to keep current on who's there.
We might need some legal clarification from
Oh,
Amy
sure.
on this because, I'm not sure, Pat, I may be misunderstanding you, but what Warner's talking about is, if my wife and I own this house, and well, we have 2 houses here in town, and we used to rent one, as I've mentioned many times, short term. We don't anymore, and I have no intention of doing it again, but for personal reasons. But if we decided to leave that to our daughter or to my nephews or whomever, I could see where the license might go with the property within a family or somehow. I'm not opposed to that necessarily because I do know that in some communities, and maybe even in our community, where if you have a really valuable piece of property on the water, the taxes might be more than a family can sustain to keep the property in their family, and it might have been in their family for generations. And I've seen far too many people taxed out of their homes in Cape Porpoise, in particular in my lifetime. You don't see it anymore because the people are all gone. And I don't want to see, even our seasonal residents taxed out of their properties that have been in their family. And if they can rent them out and then hold on to them that way. But as long as they stay within a family, and that would have to be an Amy question to create it fairly, so that there's less chance that they could say, oh, our family inherited it, but we really sold it, and try to game the system that way.
Well, then that, we'll talk to Amy.
I mean, that's a fairly easy thing to identify. I mean, when a property transfers hands, I mean, we get a copy of the real estate, the transfer tax form, that identifies, whether or not it was a sale for consideration or not. I mean, that's how we gather our data to know, what a property sold for. I bring it up because I know that's been a question that's brought up, and where there have been families that are fearful of that if there's a cap associated and they transfer their property amongst themselves, and they lose a license, and now all of a sudden they're faced with the situation that you just said, Ed, where they're now no longer able to generate the income necessary to deal with maintenance and the taxes and things like that.
Yeah, and I don't, speaking again for myself, I don't want to see that happen. If somebody's down, and I know Goose Rocks is probably a good example. If I know families down there who've had multi-generational houses and probably do rent them out from time to time. In fact, I think I see some in the audience tonight, and I wouldn't want them to lose a home that they spent summers there and had great memories in, because that they were no longer allowed to rent it out and then come up a few weeks on their own and enjoy the town.
I don't have a problem with that.
And we can put them certainly into whatever fixed number of licenses that we get.
What about you?
Well, we just don't know because we haven't had an
Correct.
enrollment period.
Yeah, and we may end up, my thought on this is we may not be able to set the number of licenses until we've been a year, or I don't know if we're going to be able to set the number of licenses before the ordinance takes effect.
The ordinance doesn't prevent you from applying for a license.
Correct, but there is and I am getting ahead of myself. So let's wait till we get to section I, and we can, or I will wait, and then we can discuss it.
You finished, Ed?
Yes. As usual, I've said too much.
No, Sheila, what do you think?
Oh, I already had my say. I think if it's family, it's family. House changes and it's sold, I think the new people have to reapply.
How about you, Mike?
I agree.
Okay, yeah. So we basically all agree on that. Okay.
Yeah, with proper language, I think that will work to everybody's benefit.
Okay, D3, should there be a 7-day minimum stay requirement?
I'd like to see that eased. I think that's not reasonable. I think, I've talked to a lot of people. A lot of people have talked to me and called me, and I really think that is too restrictive. I think I just think that should be able to rent it more than once a week. A lot of B&Bs have 2-night minimums. I'm sure that most of these people would want to do 2-night minimums or something like that because of the cleaning costs and everything else like that. But I think that there needs to be some break in there for the 7-day minimum stay. It just isn't, to me, isn't workable for the people, and it's not workable for us.
My feelings on this ordinance as a whole, I'm sorry, Sheila, you go ahead, because I'll just keep talking all night unless somebody stops me.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
My feelings on this is more to get a handle on the number of rentals that we have in town, so we don't wake up one day and go from, let's say there's 500, and we don't know, and wake up one day and find 2,500 and say, how did we get there? So if people, the 7-day minimum, and again, when Mike said, I've talked to many people, and I thank everybody that I've spoken to, because I've learned a lot as well. I would say that was the thing I heard repeatedly. So I don't think that needs to be in there, especially when you get to the shoulder seasons. It's harder to get people to be able to come and want to commit for an entire week, but you do get people want to come for 3 or 4 nights. And as long as they're not breaking the rules and causing problems, I don't see that I easily will concede to that.
Especially things like Prelude and things like that. So
yeah.
Yeah,
You
for food, you
My
got food,
point
yeah.
I was gonna make is if, why pass a regulation that we can't control? You know, we can say you have to rent for 6 days. How do we regulate that?
Yeah,
By don't putting it in.
yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah, I agree with you.
exactly.
Pat, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's your feelings on that?
Well, we've got to be flexible enough because the requirements are going to be for situations like you got for Prelude weekends. Maybe you don't want to do a week. And so, 7 days is too long a period as a minimum. But
Okay,
if you're looking for a minimum so that you don't have a day-to-day turnover in rentals, if that's the desire, then look at something like 3 days. So you've got a weekend covered, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then the next weekend they do it again. People can take advantage of that sort of thing. Give them time to clean up and change sheets and whatever you've got to do.
so you're saying you're not in favor of a minimum stay requirement?
I don't think we need one.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So I guess we're all in agreement that we're not interested in that.
Okay. We can always revisit it years from now.
Yeah.
So section E, should licensing be through the town clerk and coordinated with other departments like liquor and victualers? Should licensing be handled by the code officers? So my take on that is the clerk handles the licenses. So why not let the clerk handle them?
With approval from code after the inspections, kind of like we just did with our vitrular licenses.
Correct.
Right.
Is that what Laurie wants to see? That's because it's a staffing level impact.
Right. I think it's going to be a challenge regardless of which department. I mean, a lot of the enforcement and inspections would be in Werner's office. So when we're talking about the licensing, we're really talking about the coordination of the paperwork, et cetera. But I'd open it to Werner to see if he has any comments or feedback on that.
Yeah, no, I agree with Lori on this. I think it's going to be, it's going to be a lift regardless of which department that you put it into. I think, having some flexibility on this, I think would be crucial, at least until we, kind of figure out the mechanics of how this is going to work, depending on what type of, software system or programming that we wind up using for this. But, certainly, Tracy's department and mine can work collaboratively with each other. But it's, without really knowing the volume that we have out there, it's tough to say, what that volume of work is going to be and how that should necessarily be distributed. So we'll,
That everything was good, the safety issues and the whole 9 yards, and then you would, say you could go ahead and issue a license if everything is approved by you, and right? Isn't that how that usually works?
Well, why don't I have a conversation with Werner and Tracy, and we'll come
Okay.
back to you with a recommendation.
And as
Okay.
we work through this, Alan, perhaps we will need to have a couple of year phase-in period, just because let's just say we had 500 applicants. There's no way we're going to be able to inspect them all the properties in a year. Something that we could consider as we move forward to kind of ease the burden. The paperwork burden would have to come in the first year in order to prove qualifications that you rented, et cetera. But, the inspections, we could phase it in over a couple of year period so that we don't put a big burden on Jay and his staff and Warner and his staff and whomever we want to inspect the properties to make sure that they're up to whatever standards that we've set.
I guess Warner and Laura's gonna work together on that.
Yes.
Okay.
They've done an excellent job so far. I have no reason to believe they won't come up with something.
Okay, section E5, the license will require inspection of the property for the original license and then once every 5 years. Is this in alignment with the thoughts of the board of selectmen? That we talked about that, I think, a little bit.
Well, I guess I touched on that in my last statement.
Yeah.
I think once we've gone on and established the baseline and established the original number of licenses, I think this will probably work. It's just that phasing in period so we don't overwhelm Werner, and that people who are rightfully entitled to have licenses don't get pushed to the back or don't get approved in a timely manner because we just don't have the staff to send people out to inspect these in the first year or so.
Mike, what do you think?
I agree. I do. I think it's going to take a while to establish baseline. We may find out, though, that 5 years is not necessary, or maybe 3 years is the way it should be, or maybe none after. I don't know, unless there's a complaint, that kind of a thing. I don't know. But I think the initial inspection and then some follow-up is necessary.
You're right.
So what do you mean by follow-up?
Well, another inspection at some point in time.
So some point in the future, you would like another.
Yeah, but I don't know, you gotta set it at 5 years. You may,
Here's a long time.
pardon?
5 years is a long time.
Yeah. Well, it also may be, where there's a number of complaints and so forth, and it may kick off an inspection on its own. You don't know. Somebody may call up and have a complaint about the facilities, or I don't mean one person, but consistently complaining of something, then I think you got to do it. But you need to have some kind of a regular thing, but I don't know whether 5 years is the right number. I don't know.
I think, Mike, once we establish how many licenses we have and we fix that number for, we could stagger kind of like congressional, well, not term limits, but congressional terms, or our terms here on the Board of Selectmen. We don't all run for re-election every year, and we all know when our terms expire. So when your license is issued, we could create a system there. They said, okay, your license is approved today for 2021, and in 2026 or whatever date, however many years we think the duration should be, in that year, you will have to have another inspection, and that they would be staggered so that Warner, if there was 500 every year, they might have to inspect 100 places.
Sheila, you got a point. Sheila?
Myself, personally, I think the places should be inspected. We're inspected every year. And sometimes in some years, the staff has been too busy to come on premise. So they come back the next year, but it's never been, I don't think we put a limit on it. I think the people get inspected first, and then Warner's department then goes and inspects all that they can as the years go by. Some places might get inspected again, and some places might not get inspected for 2 years. But to to qualify it, I don't think we really need to do that.
Okay. Pat?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what the right amount of time is. Maybe it's every other year, and we only, sign up, let's say, 200 a year. I don't know. It's a management requirement. I don't know how you want to address it, because it's manpower.
Again, this is something, Alan, that once we figure out how many we have, we'll have we'll be better prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay. G5, should it be required that all parking be off-street? And how will that impact the downtown and Goose Rocks Beach locations?
Well, at Goose Rocks Beach, we're limited to our parking spaces by the Goose Rocks Beach agreement. So that may play a factor into it.
I think that's different. We're talking about off-street parking for the individual residences, correct? You've got 2 bedrooms, 2 spaces and on site, or if you've got 4 bedrooms, four parking spots on site. It's not anything to do with the beach parking requirement or the parking requirements downtown. It has to do with the individual residents. Am I correct?
Yeah, Werner, do you just want to talk a little bit about the parking?
Sure. Yep. So the language in the proposal here was simply to require that that if you have a short-term rental, that you be able to accomplish all of your parking on your own property and not require the need of any off-street parking to accommodate any of your guests.
And can you talk about how we measure parking?
Sure. So what's tricky right now is with single-family homes, you essentially hit a limit of 2 parking spaces, for a single-family home. It doesn't take into account necessarily a bedroom count, and so, and I think that gets to be a little bit tricky if you have, multiple parties or, so if you've got, a family that shows up, that's renting a house, for the week, but you've got, 3 parts of the family that are coming, all traveling separately, now, you've got multiple cars that you're dealing with on the property. So, as I was putting this together, there wasn't really a clear direction that said, to tie this to a bedroom count, and so that's where, I left the requirement, general in the sense that you have to accomplish all your parking on your own property.
Okay.
And part of that was recognizing that, areas like, Goose Rocks Beach, I think that, it's generally understood that those on-street parking locations are for, are transient during the course of the day, for those folks that are coming to the beach, and that they're not intended to be, used, used by property owners necessarily, as a long-term parking solution.
Do we allow overnight parking on Kings Highway? We do. So if somebody is renting a house and they have an overflow of friends and or family coming in, one of them can park at on Kings Highway.
As long as they had a sticker.
That's the current practice. Yep.
But in this ordinance, it's saying right now that you would have to have all your parking on site. So if you're having someone rent the property, you would need to make sure that you have enough cars enough spaces to accommodate the cars associated with the property.
Is there anything in the ordinance, Warner, that specifically says we have to have that says how many parking spaces you have at your residence?
So, the ordinance does talk about not being able to count on-street parking towards meeting your minimum parking requirement for your home. And so when we do, when we permit a new house, for example, we get a plot plan. And so, at that point, it's easy to verify that there's enough for a single family house. It's easy enough to determine that, all right, there's, at least 2 parking spaces on the property. Again, that's not really a heavy lift for just a standard single family home.
Didn't we require it for accessory apartments, additional spaces?
That's correct. Yes, we do. We require it, for accessory apartments as well, additional spaces.
I believe if we just say all on or no off-street parking, then they can park as long as the owner of the property thinks they can fit the vehicles there, if the ordinance doesn't specifically prohibit it, then if the driveway's big enough to physically fit 6 cars, then as long as all 6 cars are in the driveway, that's not an issue. But if they're parking on the street, and I know in certain parts of town, it really doesn't matter if you park on the street. It's not as big of an inconvenience, but in some places like down here in the village, it's, you know, on-street parking can cause, you know, a bit of traffic issues in the summertime.
What do you think?
No, that's fine.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're going to have people park on the property. Basically, that's what they should be doing.
That's what I'm hearing from everybody. Is that correct? Basically,
Yes.
parking on. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So I'm just thinking if somebody rents a place and has adequate parking for the people who rented it, and those people then have their children come or grandchildren for the day or for an overnight.
A day isn't a problem. A day is.
Right, but
Yeah.
but an overnight. If they have to park on the street for an overnight, how bad is that?
Well, one person doing it isn't, but if it's 10 cars, and I have seen instances here in Cape Porpoise where a specific house, and I won't name it, they literally at one point had 10 cars and they were completely down the road.
Well,
And I know that's an exception, but you know, we have to consider that when we make this ordinance. I mean, it's not going to be a perfect ordinance, and you know, no ordinance is ever perfect, but you know, we need to get to the point where we think we can live with it, so that, you know, it will be a living document, just like all our ordinances. But you know, I think that this is something that makes a lot of sense to not encourage off-street or off-property parking. You know, if somebody's, you know, if you're running at your hotel, you have to have enough parking for all of your guests. You know, we don't want to see them park down Wiles District Road. And if somebody is renting out their house short term, as I've said many times, you are in fact running a business. And there are certain things that you need to abide by. Because when you start parking on the street, you may be causing problems for your neighbors, especially if you're starting to block lines of sight. So I think if we leave it in there, we'll see what happens. If it's a big problem, maybe future boards will decide to address it then.
I think everybody agrees except for Sheila.
again,
I
Okay,
didn't say that. I did not say again.
doesn't make you a bad person, Sheila.
So, yeah, I agree. I think we should leave it in for now.
okay.
We can revisit it. D6 is assumed that the individual rental agreements should be stricter or at least consistent with the town rules. Should behavior of tenants, which is typically spelled out in a good neighbor guideline, be something the town should address?
So Werner, do you want to give them some examples of that?
Yeah,
Sure, yep. So I'm just pulling up the document so I can see it here. Yeah, one of the things that's listed in here is that the good neighbor, a lot of places have what they call good neighbor policy. And so, but within this ordinance, we do spell out that, these addendums, that are in here, which many of these addendums are also spelled out elsewhere, in the ordinance, things like the contact person, building plan, parking arrangements, things like that. But what we do say here is that, that the town's not responsible for enforcement of the rental agreement or this addendum. And the question is like when you have a good neighbor guideline, for instance, we're gonna, talking about, like a quiet hours, for example, or, I would say preferably, that we're probably talking a noise issue here. That, a owner may spell out something stricter, within that guideline, and I guess the question is, one, do we want to be specific that, if you've got a stricter standard in there, that the town's not responsible for enforcement of, a property owner's, stricter guidelines, that are maybe spelled out in their good neighbor guideline. Because you could have that, you may have an owner that says, I don't know, lights off by 9 o'clock, well, the town's not, coming out to do a bed check, at 9 PM to make sure the lights are out, just because you have that in the good neighbor guidelines. So,
Why don't we just stick with the existing ordinances? I mean, why we got to reinvent the wheel?
Good point, Mike.
We have existing ordinances, and we can apply those existing ordinances. We're not trying to make, I hope we're not trying to make it stricter on certain people within the town. I would hope. I hope it applies equally to everybody.
Sure.
And it would apply equally to the rental property, the short-term rentals. Why, and, I've had a couple of people, and I don't know this for a fact, but I've had a couple of people who I've talked to say that they have fairly strict rules for the use of their property for renters. So I don't know why we need to concern ourselves with this if we believe our ordinances are okay. That's my opinion.
I'm good with that.
This should be no different than any other regular business. So why make it more stricter? That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
What about you, Sheila?
I agreed. I was the first one to agree.
Okay. Good enough. I guess we know where we're at with that. Okay. Section 8. What's that?
No, go ahead. No, fine. I'm fine.
After 3 substantiated complaints, a license could be suspended. Is this in alignment with the thoughts of the Board of Selectmen? Are all complaints measured the same? Example, garbage out 3 times versus overbooking or parties. Who has the authority to suspend a license? Should it be the code enforcement office, town manager, Board of Selectmen, and who sits on as an appeal board for a suspension?
So this is a can of worms. This is a real can of worms. So I think somehow we've got to find a way that this is my own opinion, that we need to find a way that if there's violations of the ordinances on a consistent basis, then we apply those and not on something different from what's in our ordinances. I don't know if we have a trash removal. I don't remember if we have a trash removal ordinance.
Oh, we do.
Okay.
We do.
So, and I just didn't remember, that's all. And
Yep.
so, I mean, we have the ordinances, you got a chronic person who's violating it, use the ordinances, whether it's 3 or 4, whatever it is we come up with and decide that, hey, these violations, the thing is that the can of worms that I see is what is, taking out the trash versus somebody, intoxicated number of times, or people driving
Shooting
over
off
somebody else's
fireworks.
property or fireworks or stuff like that. I mean, don't want to play Solomon here. You want to be able to apply everything equally. And so I think we have to really hash this over to find out, what's the best approach for everybody. There's no good answer right now. So I think we need to discuss it. And maybe we need to discuss it with the people who are involved.
Well, do we currently have any record of the people who have abuse the ordinances? And if so, what kind of abuse are we seeing and how many times does it occur? I don't know what the record has shown in the past. What is the history on it?
Well, you're probably going to have three parties involved. You're going to have the code enforcement involved. You'll have to have probably the clerk involved, the town manager involved, and the board of selectmen involved. And the board of selectmen probably, I feel, should be the appeals board.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
So there's
I mean, you can't just
three or
go,
four layers there.
Yeah.
Uh,
you can't just, you're right. You just can't go and suspend and so forth without having an avenue for somebody to appeal something to plead their case. And so I agree with you, Alan.
The one thing I would say is, Jim McMahon has said this over and over again, as have other property owners, that if they have a customer in their property that isn't a good customer, they never rent to them again. So they really do their own policing.
But we're not talking about one, Sheila, we're not talking about one person. We're talking about violations at the property, regardless of who they're renting to.
Right.
I don't.
What I'm saying is the people who do rent, especially at Goose Rocks Beach, they have told us that if they have a customer that isn't following the rules, they don't rent to them again.
All I'm saying is that the next customer that comes in, and they're not renting to that person, next customer comes in, does the same thing, or someone down the road does the same thing,
Right?
then you got an issue, because that property is a problem. And there
Okay.
are some of those that I can point to right now. And I'm just saying that it's got to be some consistency to what we do. So,
Okay.
Some of them, I think, Mike, you are correct, and I can think of at least one myself, and it's more of a product of the way the property is set up. It just seems to invite large groups of people who don't follow the rule, don't follow the town's ordinances, basically.
so we have a remedy for that.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a remedy for that.
Mm-hmm.
Guess we'll talk some more on this, but I
But
think
perhaps we should set a limit on the 3 strikes. It shouldn't be in perpetuity, but 3 strikes within a season or 3 strikes within 2 years or something like that.
Oh, and even what the other towns do and so forth, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
we'll revisit this.
see what happens there.
And we may get some good suggestions from the people, the attendees. I'm sure we'll hear about it.
Want to go to the next one?
Go to what?
You want to go to the next one?
I'm headed.
Thank you.
We need to determine the number of licenses in the ordinance or set the number annually. On the advice of our attorney, the current language states that the license number shall not be less than the year before.
I think Ed spoke to this, and the fact that it's going to take at least a year, if not more, to
Handle
find
it.
how many people at this time.
But I do disagree with the advice of the attorney saying that license number shall not be less than the year before. In the idea that the idea here is to control the spread of short-term rentals, so that the town has a handle on it, and we don't wake up one day and find that 25% of the town is now short-term rentals. It isn't.
Probably is at the moment.
We have no idea. That's it. That's just it, Sheila. And I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know. So that's something that we may have to, when we write the ordinance, specifically state that we might need some time to set the actual number,
Mm-hmm.
or some mechanism to figure it out. Because I don't want to say 500. And then we get 600 valid applicants. If there's 600 people renting today, I don't want to deny any of those people a license. that are legitimately short-term renting.
Warner, how many homes do we have in the town? Residences, roughly.
I'm gonna say we're probably around 3,000, something around that nature.
So that gives you kind of like an idea, Ed.
Mhm. But again, I have no idea. If you told me it was 1,000 or you told me it was 250, what I do know is when my wife and I were doing the short-term rentals way back in 05 when we started, I believe Cape Porpoise had 11. You know, there were probably more than that, and they were being handled in the more traditional short-term rental, you know, like when people went to real estate agents, et cetera. But the last time when we stopped, I think in 2010, I think it was up to 30 or 40, and I'm sure the number has exceeded that.
Okay, so we'll have to
I got
revisit.
the number. I got the number here. I'm just looking for it. Something like, I wrote it down earlier today. Hold on. Of course I did, so it'd be easy. So I figured the question might come up. It's like 40% of the properties in the town are rentals, and over 52%, there's about 52%, 50 to 52% of the people in this town are not year-round residents. They own property, but they're not year-round residents. So it's pretty. And if somebody wants to look it up and all this stuff, this is the market analysis done by Camoin for us, and I wrote it down on purpose. Here it is. Short-term rentals. Let's see. 40% of the Kennebunk housing inventory is seasonal rentals.
Kennebunkport.
40%.
No, Kennebunk or Kennebunkport.
Kennebunkport, sorry. Kennebunkport, 40% of the properties in this town, housing inventory, are seasonal rentals. 40%.
All you got to do is drive around after dark in the winter, and you can tell. You can see.
And the population, as I said, the 52.3%, around 52% of people are seasonal, part-time, or owners. So it's pretty high.
But
And the
those
other
are
thing-
not all short-term rentals.
And the other, I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that that's how many seasonal type properties with, and we're not talking necessarily seasonal anyway here. But another astounding statistic that came out of this study is that from 2010 to 2019, the population in Kennebunkport increased only by 254 people. So,
Wow.
yeah. So so anyway, those are the percentages. I took it right from the market analysis that we had from Camoin that was done in 2019, and all of the houses and everything else like that. And the only other thing that I will mention, no, I won't. It's not relevant. Here's a quote from them, and it says, Kennebunkport's popularity for second home owners and seasonal residents has constrained the year-round housing stock and driven up housing prices. That was the.
Well, we all know that.
We didn't need an analysis to tell us that, but yet
But you
it's a
could look
good
at
point, Mike.
all I'm saying is you can go to this Camoin thing and you
Right.
can see all of the increases, all the demographics and everything else like that. It's pretty staggering.
It is staggering.
But to Mike's point, Mike, you bring up an excellent point that while we don't know how many properties are being rented short-term, it is certainly seasonal, non-owner occupied properties that are being used as such. And we have a pretty high potential upside, therefore, because this is the question I seem to get the most, and I'm sure the rest of you do. Certainly we do when we get emails from Lori, from people who have written to us, taken their time. Why are we doing this? You know, that seems to be the big question. Why are we doing this?
Right.
Because I will tell you why we are doing this, or at least why I think we should be doing this. It is because we want to maintain a community in this town. I grew up in this town. Alan, you grew up in this town, and it isn't the same town. And that's okay. It's not the same town my grandfather grew up in, or my great-grandfather, or my great-grandfather, or so on and so forth. Things do change. But the best thing about living in Kennebunkport is that I know who my neighbors are. You know, if I need some help, I walk next door and I get my neighbor and they come over and they help, and vice versa. And if we start, and I have a short-term rental next to me, and I've talked to the owner and we're on very good terms, and I've never had any issues with their tenants. And this person has been, you know, thanked me for reaching out to them to talk to them about what the town is doing. But I don't want to wake up one day and find I'm the only person living here in the middle of winter, or that I don't even know my neighbors anymore because I don't have any. And I think many of the people who speak to us, I wish more of them would come to these meetings and speak up, but that's the message that I'm getting from this. And this is why we are doing it. You know, COVID-19 changed a lot in this world. And I don't even think that if I need to explain that to somebody, they're living under a rock. You know, if you'd told us a year ago we'd all be wearing masks to go into Bradbury's or to do our shopping or the post office or what have you, we all would have said you were crazy. So just simply as a matter of public safety, you know, we know who all the owners of the properties are now, but we don't know if they're here, we don't know if they're rented, etc. And this will help public safety as well as to preserve the community that we still have here in Kennebunkport. And this ordinance will also help to protect those of you who are short-term renters, because I don't see that it is unreasonable to believe that in a number of years when we have a completely different board, because I don't think any of us are planning on retiring or being on this board till the bitter end, that a board could come along and simply say, we don't want any short-term rentals. And at this point, if we establish an ordinance, people who are renting will have some real legal stay and protection under the town as short-term renters. That's my 2 cents. I welcome yours.
All the questions. Now we have the second draft of this ordinance, and this was Lori's and Warner's, and I'm going to pass this over onto them.
Well, I think that I think we've covered the highlights through the memo. Certainly if the board has any other feedback on the ordinance as it's drafted, it's, you know, I think it's very rough still at this stage, and based on the feedback we received tonight, our plan would be to go back and revisit these subjects with Amy.
Okay, so have we put this on our website yet?
Well, it's in the selectmen's packet, so everything in the selectmen's packet is on the website.
Good, great. So I guess at this time we can take some public questions.
I see some hands up.
Are you-
Francisca.
Are you going to mention the fact that we don't want things reiterated that we've already heard?
No, I'm not, because you just did.
Okay.
Well, it is a free country and people are free to speak their minds.
We would like to hear some new input. That's correct.
Yes. I'd like to hear some constructive input.
Okay, well, I now have one specific question, because the problem is that the ordinance I had reviewed seems to bear no resemblance to the one that's in the selectmen's package. It was one that I received from our real estate agent, you know, Sand Dollar Realty. And I can just tell at a glance that a lot of my comments seem to have been changed. I mean, in other words, the draft, you know, done by the lawyer seems to be very different from the draft, which makes sense because a lawyer does do certain things differently. But my main question is that I know, and I totally agree with everybody, that that you're not trying to prevent people from renting. But there's one sentence in this, it's 3, I think, section 3, no, D3, and it's the last sentence. Where's the last sentence? Wait a second. Oh, yeah, it's D3 when it says, further, not more than one short-term rental agreement should be entered for any given property for any consecutive day period. Now, I know anybody I know who's read this doesn't seem to understand. It sounds, to first blush, that it sounds like you're saying, well, you're also talking about doing away with the 7-day limitation. I mean, but does the way it's written mean that you can rent the property for 7 days? It has to be for, and then you can't rent it the next week for 7 days? I mean, what does consecutive 7-day period mean?
We discussed this already and we decided to drop that 7-day thing.
Okay, but I mean,
Yep.
all right.
The next iteration of this after it's after Lori has taken all this back to the attorney and Warner and Lori, and they go through it, may look very different than what you have here, hopefully with some of the input that was gleaned this evening.
And we'll be able to look at that and make comments if we want.
Absolutely. So
Okay.
one of the big complaints that we've gotten is that this is being rushed, and I would say, and I think you have touched on this evening, that in fact we are the most open board that the town has, and that we are taking this very, very slow. This will not get voted on until next June, and we probably won't have the final draft until what, Lori, March, April, something like that, and then we may be able to tweak it. But this is a long process, and we do appreciate the input from the public, and we would like, we do appreciate the constructive input. You know, I have heard some people they just don't want to do it. And I get it. Nobody likes regulation, but that is not a constructive input. Yours was very constructive, and I thank you for that. And I thank you for the fact that you pointed out that what you were told from a third party and what you heard here from the source was much different. And I would encourage people to hear it from the source.
Well, I think the original, what I heard was the same, because I was sent a copy of the draft ordinance and asked to comment on it and send comments to the town manager. I think
Sure.
the question is, how do we know when there'll be a new draft? If a real estate agent hadn't sent it to me, I wouldn't have known. And my across the street neighbors had no idea about anything about it. And I know several people at Goose Rocks who had no idea this was going on until I mentioned it to them.
Well, at the risk of sounding a little crass here, it is on our website. And as a renter, as an owner of a property, I mean, some of this is your responsibility to follow along and look at our website and see what's on our agenda.
Let me just answer for you, Ed, that the
Thank you.
easiest way is to go on our website, and at the bottom of the website, it says e-subscriber notifications. And then you click on that and put in your email. You can click on a variety of things to get notifications about. But if you have the Selectmen's agenda and you click off that box, every time we post an agenda, you'll get an automatic email and it'll link you right to the agenda. And you can also see the Selectmen's packet.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Laurie. I like that explanation better.
Yeah, I think it was better. I've been very impressed by Lori this evening.
She's wonderful. That's why we hired her.
And but I'm saying it said on your website that the packet was usually available on Monday, and it certainly wasn't available on Monday. And then at least early on Tuesday, when I checked before I had the day full of appointments, it wasn't available, so I didn't have a. But all right, I'll sign up. I thought I was signed up for email notifications, but I'll check.
Thank you.
Good.
Is there any more hands up?
Oh, yeah, we've got more.
Okay. Hi, Greg.
Good evening, Greg.
Hey guys, how you doing? So I just going through the ordinance, I just have some very specific questions or points on just lines in that ordinance. So I'll just kind of reference where they were and what my questions were. The first one, so I actually brought this up a while ago about the transferable license thing, and I agree with you guys that it sticks, that it should not transfer with the property. But what I was actually asking about is if I move within town, would I then be able to continue having a short-term rental? So what my concern would be there is if I sold my house tomorrow and I'm using the short-term rentals to help pay the bills, if I buy a new house in town, sell my house, buy the new one, will I be able to then continue using short-term rentals to help me, or would I then go to the bottom of the list just because I decide to move?
Yes.
You sold your house. So you,
So, for
I would
example,
say-
if I have another kid
If it's,
and
if,
if I need to go from a 2-bed to a 3-bed house, and I've been using short-term rentals in my 2-bed house, I would then not be able to do it in my 3-bed?
Correct. You'd go on the list.
All right, so you make it, so you'd have to make an addition on the house in order to maintain your rental.
What-
Yep.
Well, we like you, Greg. We
Okay.
want to see you stick around, so I hope you do that.
Yeah, it makes it hard to move.
but
if
you know what,
do that.
Greg, Pat brought this up. It's not like, we may not even have a waiting list. You may
Sure.
buy a house, apply for something, for a license and get it right away. We don't know that at this moment.
Yep.
we're working with these drafts. This is our second draft, and we're getting closer. We're doing a really good job, I think, answering these questions as we go along. And so nothing's set in stone at this moment. So we're going to look at this, we're going to keep on looking at this and see where we're going to go with it.
On
So-
that point, Sarah, I would
you
urge
have
to maybe
question,
take another look, just if somebody is currently doing it, like, it's not going to prop up the value of the house that they're selling, but it would help them continue doing what they've been doing. All right, F3, must notify code if you decide to change when you want to rent the house throughout the year. So is the intent here, like, if I like block out time that I'm not going to rent the house or something, do I send a note to code saying that these are my block times? And it seems like maybe that it's a little bit of over communication.
Werner, do you have any comments on that? Because it does seem like
Yeah.
administratively
onerous.
heavy to track.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's a valid point, because, to some degree you could submit something that says, well, I intend to have it available for the entire year. And, it's a good question in terms of, so what is it that we do with that information? And how do we track that piece of it? And, what changes if you then say, well, no, I'm really only going to do it for 6 months. And, now what do we do with that information? So I think it's a valid point, and I appreciate Greg's thoughts on the over communication piece of it. So I don't have any concerns with a modification of that piece.
Yeah, it's mostly
We-
for statistics.
Yeah.
We could strike that. It wouldn't. I agree with Greg. That just seems like a lot of extra paperwork for the town. And my feeling is if we issue you a license, and we've already said we're going to strike the 7-day minimum, you can rent it however and whenever you feel like. We don't tell the hotels that they can only rent their properties, for certain periods of the year. Usually their constraints might be whether they had seasonal water, et cetera. But I'm good with seeing that go away.
Which ones we're talking about?
F3.
I didn't hear anything for about a minute.
Oh, Greg brought up F3, the availability part, where if you change, you're supposed to say when you're gonna rent.
I think we agreed to strike it, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yeah, we all said the same thing.
just, yeah, take it out.
Unless.
Good
the
point,
only-
Greg.
The only good point on that would be for statistics, to know how many are renting just summertime and how many are renting year round. But I don't know if that's really necessary.
It's a little big brother.
I don't-
Yeah.
Yeah,
My next question was on G4 on the septic related stuff. I guess I didn't really understand what was required there, and having an older house. I mean, I know that I have a 3-bed septic because that's what the house had when the septic, but I don't know how I would, what do I have to do there to prove compliance? There's a
Werner,
lot
do
of-
you want to speak to that?
Sure, yep. So, so what we know is that in the the subsurface waste rules, whenever you get a septic system design done, it's done based on the number of bedrooms. And so, what we also know though is that number of bedrooms, generally assumes a double occupancy per bedroom. And so in your situation, Greg, if you've got a septic system that's designed for a 3-bedroom, now we're dealing with a 6-person occupancy. If that helps.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, the number there makes sense. What if I don't have that design, but the house
Then
is a 3-bed house?
Then it's probably older. I just went
Right.
through this, having to replace my own septic system last year, and I would tell you, and I know you know this, Greg, you don't want to overload your house with people, because I spent $20,000 to replace my septic system because I assume, because I know your house quite well, that yours was old like mine, didn't have a design, and they had to rip the entire thing out. I didn't get to keep the tank or anything. The whole thing had to go. And it's not a lot of fun to go through that process. So
I guess-
But Werner, in terms of if someone doesn't have an HHE 200 because of the age of the house, and how would you measure that is Greg's question.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I think, and that's a valid question. I think we would look a couple of places. One, I think we would look at the tax card to see what we have documented for for pre-existing bedrooms, in terms of what the property's been recognized at over the long term. I will also say is that, the state has, within the past few years, has put most of their data online, and so if you've got a septic system that's been put in, I'm going to say anytime since the early 80s, there's a pretty good chance that it is now available, if you know who the owner was at the time, that design is available online, if you do a little bit of that research. And to, quite frankly, if you've got a system that's older than the early 80s, that field is due for a replacement. Once you get into systems that are that age, then they're certainly suspect. But I will say that most properties at a bare minimum, for septic, I've seen the state just assign, a bottom cap of a 2-bedroom system, to any kind of pre-existing sort of undocumented. They usually set at, they'll set at a minimum, 2-bedroom.
So maybe a suggestion would be that this is based off of the bedrooms on the tax card rather than what's in there now, because I just, it'd be hard to prove or put something in there for pre-existing based off of what the town has on record or something.
I mean, we could also look at the size of the tank. The size of the tank is a real good indicator of what the system is designed for in terms of the number of bedrooms. If you've got a 750 in there, we know that you don't have anything over a 3-bedroom. And if you've got any kind of septic records, from any kind of pump out, which folks should have, that's another good indicator for us as far as what you may have for a system.
More questions, Greg?
Yep. I guess this is maybe a little bit more rhetorical, but in section 8, so on the suspension side, I have very respectful tenants in all my properties, and I've never had an issue with anything like this, but I'm wondering if there is a suspension given, what happens to everybody, any open bookings of people that have already paid and booked? Are there bookings canceled?
I would say by suspension of your license, you're no longer allowed to rent, and that would be something that you would have to deal with.
Well, I think what Greg's asking for is, should we be more specific? I think.
Probably.
Yeah, something like like VRBO, for example, like you can go and rent properties like 6 months in advance. So if somebody goes and rents for a couple weeks in 6 months, and then somebody loses their license at month 3 or even month 5, what happens to the renters?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can compare that to is our Vittler licenses. So we have had an occasion where a restaurant's license was being potentially suspended. And I think that you do need to think about giving people notice and letting them be able to respond to a suspension notice. But there should be some time period. But I remember with the restaurants, there were some potential wedding bookings and things like that we could not be responsible for in the future. And that really helped bring things into compliance. But, I don't think we could say if you're, suspension, you could have the next 6 months bookings completed. I think it would have to take place in some shorter period of time.
Yeah, makes sense. And it might be worth checking against what the rental platform's rules and regulations are.
Yeah.
To see if an owner could even cancel if people have already paid through the system and stuff. I don't know what those limitations are, to be honest, but
Yeah, but I think that's a very valid point to think about further.
on
Okay.
the same guess we're covered there. All right, that was all I had for the ordinance itself. And then just one question in kind of general. So we've talked about how short-term rentals have increased property values. Do we know how much this is going to hurt people's property values? Loss of equity for an ordinance like this?
Why would there be any loss of equity?
If there's a value to having short-term rentals, there has to be an inverse negative value to not having them.
But who measures the equity?
The market.
I'm sure when you bought the house, your property is when I bought my own properties, the bank didn't ask me if it was a short-term rental, and they assessed it to give me the mortgage. Actually, that's not correct. I gave them the mortgage. They gave me the money to a single family home. It was not assessed as a rental property because it was only a single family home. If it was a multi-unit, then it would have been different.
No,
So-
the
Right.
license
I
does
don't mean
not
assess,
go-
I mean just market value.
But the license does not go with the house when you sell it.
Right,
So
right.
It will
So,
not affect your, it will not affect your value.
right. So today, there's no regulation on short-term rentals. So say the average house is worth 200,000. If tomorrow people aren't allowed to do short-term rentals, what is the decrease in market value based on that?
There is no decrease because they're not doing it. Your house is what your house is worth. It's a residential house and you're doing a small amount of business out of it. And I don't see how you can say that it would affect what the house is worth at that time. Whether it was a rental, a short-term rental license with it, which it's not going to be, I don't think, you'd be selling your house like it is.
Right, but
It's
today,
difficult to quantify.
aren't we saying today that short-term rentals are driving house prices up?
Yes,
So if we don't have them, prices will come down?
but you will have them, and we're gonna let you have them. And the only thing that we want to do is somewhere along the line, there'll have to be, that we will put, after a certain time, that we'll put a cap on that. So I don't see how that it's affecting anybody's house prices, especially if the license does not go with the house. Any more questions?
Nope, that's it.
Sure, okay. Any more hands?
How you doing?
Good.
Good, good. Looks like we got a lot to talk about. At least I think so. You know,
Let me just interrupt you just for 1 second.
Yep. Okay.
It's 9 o'clock, and I don't mind talking for a while, a little more about this, but we have other business to do also. So,
so that's the problem here. I do have a lot to talk about. And there's like 60 people that, well, just let me finish. There's like 60 people that, you know, are behind me even more. And you're kind of,
wait just 1 second. I'm not going to cut you off, but what I'm trying to say is this: we're not going to solve all these problems tonight. We're going to go a while longer, and then we're going to go ahead and finish the rest of the business. We're not going to take this to midnight. So,
right. So the problem that I've had in the beginning is we should have more time to speak about this and into a subcommittee. Well, just let me finish, because this is a complex issue, and I have bullet points and everything that I want to talk to. I could talk to this about till midnight.
Well, you ain't gonna.
You'll be talking to yourself.
Well, but that's the problem, Ed. Like, you know, this is a complex issue. So, you know, if you're going to allow the public to speak about this, you have to accommodate enough time to do that. And
you're allowed to speak, but you cannot filibuster this board. And I think that's what you're trying to do.
Well, what I'm trying to do is, there's points that I don't agree with.
But you know, one of your things that you are, Jim, and I don't know you at all, but you repeat, and we've heard it. If you've got something new, we'd like to hear it. But please, goodness gracious, get to the point.
Well, so the point is that, you know, then final start that this is, you know, a lot of this has been brought based on the board, and that's fine. But so I'll just go through what I got. If I get cut off, that's fine. But I think there's got to be more.
Let me ask you one question. If you have a lot of questions, why can't you do what you did before and send it to Laurie, and Laurie could send it to us, and we would be able to be a lot more constructive, seeing what you have to offer up to us to see what's going on.
But I asked,
how many questions
I get, you know, part of what I was trying to get is the data collection of all the issues and all the complaints that have been brought forth. And I asked for it, you know, based on the
irrelevant at this point. You know, you seem to think, and forgive me if I seem upset, because I am getting a little testy with this, is that you seem to think that there's some hidden agenda here, Jim, because that's all you and I have talked about. That's all I've heard from you, both in writing, in oral communication, etc., that we've got some hidden agenda, and that there's something driving this. I think that tonight I have been quite clear between public safety, because of COVID-19. We got a lot of inquiries this spring about why we didn't just stop short-term rentals, and of course we couldn't, and that we're trying to preserve a year-round community here, and we recognize that short-term rentals are an integral part of our community, and they're a good part of our community, but we don't want to wake up one day and find out that they're half of our community or more, And we don't even know, until we have an ordinance and we have a license, we don't even know how many we have.
Right, so
But
why?
you don't want to listen.
No, on the contrary, you've just expressed that the concern is that you don't want it to change the community image. You don't want residential.
I didn't say image, you did.
Well, that was.
I don't want it
kind
to
of what
change the
you did.
community. I don't
But
want to wake
short-term-
up. Wait a minute. I don't want to make this into the presidential debate. I'm going to mute myself.
How about we do this?
Chairman, would you please set some kind of a time limit? Because
I'm gonna, that's what
I just had my computer just
Okay.
started going.
Mr. McMahon, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes. We've already taken up 5 minutes arguing about this. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to make some of your points, and then when we meet again on the short term, we'll go ahead and talk some more. But I mean, you have 5 minutes, go for it.
Well, so I'll say this. I think the issue is turning into a complex issue, and each niche issue needs to be discussed independently with the board and the public. If not, it's hard for the public to follow up with what the Board of Selectmen are saying individually and reply to those responses and to give the appropriate answers and concerns and questions. My concern is, why is the town and the Board of Selectmen taking such an overbearing, complex, and punitive approach to short-term rentals? There's no other land ordinances even close as restrictive or punitive as this one, not even the hotel one, which is very limited. It just talks about the construction and the use of kitchen rooms not being rented over 121 days. So, I asked Lori, for information, on issues that justify trying to have an ordinance, even reference the Freedom of Information Act, to try to see if I could get the board in the town to provide all the information. If we're going to justify an ordinance, what are the reasons? And there's been.
Jim, Mike touched on that. Mike touched on that when he said, at this point, 40% of our town is already seasonal rentals. 40%. That's quite high. And the point that we're trying to make is, we're trying to keep our town a community that is an active community. And if short-term rentals go any further than this, we won't have a community. So that's the justification.
Yeah, but Mike referenced the Camoin Associates. It's 40% are seasonal rentals. That doesn't mean they're all short-term rentals. So
I didn't say that.
Yeah, if we're gonna suggest that, we have a problem, you can't say without looking at issues or whatever, that all those issues are short-term rentals. We may have a problem like with people moving into this town and only living in their place, 1 week out of the year. But, that's not all short-term rentals. We can't, if you want to try to, if you're trying to control the market or curtail it, this is the way to do it, but it only does it for short-term rentals. You're not going to succeed in doing that with somebody coming in and buying a house and just living in it and not renting it out. So back to what I was saying, I asked for information and all we got was like 40 emails, and to try to defend that the short-term rentals are an issue. 21 of those emails or inquiries or forwards were about short-term rentals or hotels or beach and parking issues during the pandemic. Most of those were from March and one was from August.
Jim, you've made a statement that is not correct. You said that we're trying to defend something. We're not trying to defend something. We're trying to get an ordinance together. We're not being defensive, and we're not going to defend, our points of view. We have a point of view. You've heard it tonight. And we're not being defensive. You keep.
No, I'm not saying you're being defensive. I'm not saying you're being defensive.
You just did. You said we.
I didn't say defensive. No.
Okay. Let's move on.
Was what I want to talk. Yeah. So.
You have bullet points?
I did, but I don't feel like, again, my concern is I want to talk about this in complexity, but I don't think there's enough interest in talking about it in detailed discussion.
Oh, there is. I just think you're making it more complex than it needs to be.
If you would please send us your list of your bullet points so we could all look at them. And it would be in our next meeting, we will have come up with some more answers for you. But right now, we're just trying to get moving with this. And
Right.
so we can go ahead and get some closure to this in next year. So
and I've mentioned this before, and I just mentioned it, that we seem to be going to an ordinance that is very complex and very punitive, and with nothing to justify that there are problems with the ordinance.
It's nothing.
Just let me finish my sentence. Why are we not allowing or accommodating to have more of an information based or something that's not as complex? You know, I've mentioned this before, but we're still going towards a complex and punitive short-term rental ordinance. You know, this was discussed in 2018.
Taken out some things that we're not interested in putting into the short-term rentals. So this is a work in progress and we're working towards it. But, you know, I've given you 8 minutes to talk, not 5. But if you want to sum something up, go for it.
So would you guys entertain another ordinance written by other people based on what I just discussed?
Sure.
More information-based.
No, we will not.
I
We
would.
are working our way through this ordinance. We will listen to your suggestions, Jim, as we have the others who've spoken tonight. But we're not going to go and reinvent the wheel here, because again, I've been very clear why we're doing this. And I don't, you and I have been friends, and we've had very good discussions about other topics before, but somehow, Jim, I find you to be a bit disingenuous here. It seems like you are trying to take something good that the Board of Selectmen is trying to do and turn it around so that we don't do it. That's all I seem to see. And I know some of you may be cringing when I say these things, but at some point, somebody's got to speak up and say what's on their mind. Are you familiar with Occam's razor, Jim?
Ed, I will say this. I respect all of you. And I everything that you do is great for the community. And I'm not saying that this isn't, but for me to raise judgment about it, I'm just being a citizen. At the end of the day, I'll still want to buy you a cold beverage and I'll still want to shake your hand. So I don't
drink cold beverages anymore, but I welcome getting together for a cup of coffee.
Right. And that's fine. Ed, I don't want, just because we're passionate about this, I don't want you to feel that, any ill will. I'm passionate about this, and I know you're passionate about it. And we both for this particular issue, we're on different sides, but that doesn't mean that at the end of the day, we can cut again. That's why I want to say, would you guys allow us to make an ordinance and entertain listening to it? Because at the end of the day, I want to shake your hand because we're all living in the same community.
If you have some suggestions, by all means, let us hear them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But as far as making your own ordinance up, no. But if you have some suggestions to the board, we're all ears.
And Jim, you can, it doesn't have to be written as an ordinance, but if you have ideas, we'd love to listen to them.
Absolutely.
I think, and I appreciate you saying that. And again, my attitude on this is it's very complex and very punitive, exclusive to short-term rentals. We don't even enforce, we have our retail sales land use ordinance. But again, I brought up, what do we, we're not going out of our way to stop people from running businesses in their house. We don't have that much defined for that. So we're going out of our way to deal with a short-term rental situation. And there's going to be some scrutiny. I want to pick this apart. And again, I want less, less complex. I think this is very complex. Even the rumors. Yeah, I still, this is based on something. Warner put this together based on something. Either it was from a town or it hinged upon, the rumors ordinance. But again, this is going to be the most complex ordinance and the most punitive of any land use ordinance, not even hotels. If you look at that one, it also does is defines the construction and it limits the number of days that you can live in a hotel room. So just.
Right, but I also, Jim, hotels have to toe the mark when it comes to a lot of other issues that bed and breakfasts and Airbnbs don't.
So if you have some suggestions, bring them to the next meeting and we'll be glad. I mean, not the next meeting, but the next meeting we have short-term rentals on. We're going to give people some time to look at this second draft for a couple of weeks. And we're going to look at it some more, but you're more than welcome to bring your suggestions and we will listen to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Is there anybody else with a hand up?
Mr. Chairman, can we limit testimony this evening? It is 9:20 and we do have another probably lengthy topic to discuss.
We'll go ahead and 2 minutes to get your point across.
Thank you, folks. Noel Graydon, I own a rental property at Goose Rocks for extra retirement income. I want to start by saying thank you for your position on length of stay. That was a real tough one, so I'm glad that you're striking that. I did want to put some caution there in terms of your section H, the complaint process and the penalties that go with it. You need to keep in mind that most of these rental properties are seasonal, i.e. the real big times, July, August. If you have a 30-day penalty on a first infraction, there goes half of your revenue without even the opportunity to recover.
I don't see that anywhere.
It's in there.
It is. But no, probably what would, in all likelihood, what would happen, I figure 10 weeks, and it's probably expanded since I was doing short-term rentals. By the time you got to the end of the process, we would not, in the worst case scenario, I don't see the town revoking your license. And this is in the worst case scenario. Say you had somebody shooting fireworks off every night of the week. That would probably be the worst case scenario. By the time that this was adjudicated, your season would be over, basically. And perhaps you wouldn't have your license next year. But, and there's a lot that we need to work through. And you are correct. This isn't perfect. And, as we've pointed out tonight, we're working our way through and we're happy to hear from you. So if you have a suggestion, please don't let me interrupt anymore.
And just for the selectmen right now, it might be helpful to just listen because you've given people time limits. So I think that's good feedback, Noel. I've got it noted.
Okay, and I can talk fast, so I'll just finish up. Same thing, opportunities to cure, and more definitive about what those opportunities are, and appeal process in terms of timing of appeals. When might you expect to get, again, all along the same lines, lost revenue is lost revenue, and it's a short season, we all know it. The other thing I just wanted to touch on very briefly, G4, the sanitary waste disposal section. Again, a bit of caution there. When I read that, I was thinking, gee, isn't this something that if we have concerns about the sanitary waste, i.e. the septic systems in town, and how often they're looked at and what problems it may have, that's a townwide problem for all septic owners, not just the short-term renters. And I feel that that might be a bit discriminatory. So if you could take a look at that and see if really this is the place to address that, that would be appreciated. And I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Paul.
Oh, good. Thanks a lot. A couple of quickies. First, Mike, I think that 40% number from that study referred to, I don't have it out, referred to the number of seasonal properties.
Right.
It had nothing to do.
Nothing to do with short-term. That's what I said. Doesn't have anything to do with the
With
number.
rentals.
Certain
It has
rentals.
nothing to do with rentals. It's seasonal buildings. And we don't know from that number how many are rentals, how many are owner occupied. Someone from Massachusetts who comes up for 10 weeks. So I just wanted to set the record straight because I think there was some confusion there.
But that's what I said. That's what I said.
But other people interpret it differently and have restated it incorrectly.
Yeah, well, thanks, Paul.
Secondly, on the sanitary, I do think it would be a big hardship on many properties to do what's recommended by this ordinance. I would say it would be much preferable to have a periodic septic inspection. Therefore, the person doesn't have to have a big capital outlay when there's no design right now. Require it up front, require it every 5 years, do whatever you do it all over the town. But that way, a person only has to pay if he has a problem. But my main concern about this is kind of personal, but it relates to most families at Goose Rocks Beach. I would say 90% of the houses here, I've been here 4 decades. I rented 10 houses before I bought this one. When I bought this one, I couldn't afford it, so I had to rent it out for a number of years. And I've watched the evolution of these houses. I've seen many old friends die and go away. I've seen new ones come along. Most people, unless you inherit a house, rented a house here first, and then they, if they're really lucky, they get to buy one. And usually when they buy one, they rent it out part of the time so they can afford it. I've seen many families use it, then the college years come along, they have to rent it. They don't come for 8 years, 12 years, depending upon whether they have 2 kids, 4 kids. It's a wonderful insurance policy, and people make that purchase here knowing they have that flexibility. And my concern is, I rented this house before, I haven't had to rent it lately, but I know that both of my kids who work in social justice will never be able to afford this house, but I'd love to pass it on to them. And it makes me, I know there is an intent to keep the number down. So once the number gets set, whether it's 300 or 400 or 500 houses, if I am not presently rented, I am not going to have that flexibility to rent. So to me, I'm going to have to convince my wife we have to rent the house starting next summer and go someplace else so that we get a license and rent for 2 weeks a year so that we can continue a license, even if it costs us 10% of what I'm going to get on the income. I've seen stock market crashes wipe out families, and families use their insurance policy, use their Goose Rocks house to keep it in the family. I've seen many grandparents die, leaving it to 4 people, 5 people, and they cannot afford it. They leave that house, but there's nothing else. And the only way the families get to keep those houses are by renting them out. But grandma may be still living this year, but 3 years from now is when she goes. And then the family's going to have to sell the house instead of keeping it in the family, which is every family's wish out here.
We've already talked about that, and we talked about.
No, but the ordinance, excuse me, Alan, the ordinance gives you guys the right to set that number. It doesn't give the voters of the town the right to set that number. You set the number initially, and I understand you were talking about, well, we don't know what the number is, and of course you don't know what the number is now. But once it's set, you can't reduce it. But what am I going to have to do? Go run for office so that I can get a license that I don't have tomorrow, or 5 years from now, or 10 years from now? And I think there are many, many families just like me, and there will be many family situations that will cause these houses to go out of their normal cycle, which is virtually every house at one time or another goes into the rental market and comes out when family situations change.
So what you're saying is you don't want to see any cap whatsoever.
I don't want to see any cap at Goose Rocks. That's being a little bit selfish, but I'll admit that. But this has been a community that virtually every house here is a rental house at one time or another. It's different than the rest of the town.
Okay, well, you've made your point. I understand.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm going to make it very quick. Just a suggestion that possibly if you could tell us what the next date of the discussion is to continue this discussion, that would be great. And if we could be moved a little bit more toward the top of the agenda so that so you're not exhausted, we're not exhausted. I know I had a very long day today. I didn't have a chance to go through the whole the ordinance. And I'd like to also ask if we can make suggestions for the ordinance or to the, and who to make it to would be very good for us to know. Who would we write the changes to?
I think that you should send it to Werner and the town manager. If you have a suggestion.
Okay.
As far as when we're going to meet again, I don't think that we're going to meet at the next meeting. So I'm not sure when the next meeting is going to be about this, but you'll be well informed.
Okay. And what about the placement of us on the agenda? Since ours was so late in the agenda, and you're all exhausted, and I fully get it. Believe me, I had a long day today with the grandchildren, teaching them and babysitting them. So our pandemic is right here. So
Well,
I appreciate that. I can appreciate that.
Yes.
Well, normally our meetings don't start off like they did tonight, the sewer
Yeah, this is
system
an exceptionally long
that was an
one.
exception.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, because I noticed we were so late, and then you all look exhausted too, and I get it. I really do. I appreciate the
It's
fact.
the light.
It's the camera.
The
Yeah.
light.
But I appreciate the fact that you're going through each thing. But I'd like to see more input on if we can. So we will send a note to Lori and to Werner.
Thank you.
So that we can at least have some points of view added to it if possible. Okay.
No, thank you, Sharon.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yes, can you hear
There it
me?
is.
Yeah.
Hey, Hayward.
Yes, okay, thank you all. So two quick things, and just to piggyback a little bit on what Sharon just said, a suggestion. This is a complicated issue that requires a lot of time, and there are a lot of opinions about it. My suggestion would be that you set aside time with the Board of Selectmen and everybody interested in this to focus on this issue, and you not make this item number 12 or 13 on full agenda. This issue gets the time it deserves. That's number one. Number two, I have just been wondering, you all talk capping the number of short-term rentals, and what criteria or what you'd consider in deciding number of short-term rentals should be. How would you arrive at that number?
We haven't got that far yet. We're trying to work through what the ordinance might look like, but we haven't got to where we're going to put what type of a cap. It's going to be, we have to, first of all, it'll be like, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to go ahead and have what, 5 or 6 months or maybe a year before we know what the cap might be. Is that correct? Is that what we were talking about before?
Find out who is renting.
Right. So,
And who is renting, not just people who say they were renting but didn't. I mean, there's ways to prove that, because what we want to, I think what we want to accomplish here is to protect people. And Hayward, you and I had a wonderful conversation, lengthy conversation. We want to protect people like you, not necessarily people who just simply want to get a license for the sake of having one in the future, you know, because you are currently doing this.
And Ed, I appreciated the time you spent with me. I think as I reflected on my conversations with each of you, what I began to wonder is how much have you focused on the economic contributions of short-term rentals for our town, and how much you factored in the pros as well as the rentals. And I don't expect you to answer that tonight, but I hope you are thinking about that and that you will allow a session for people who are concerned about this to have adequate time to talk about it without having a 2-minute limit or 1 minute limit or whatever. And I appreciate your time tonight. I know it's late and it's late for all of us, so thank you.
Thank you, Hayward.
Anybody else?
Lisa.
Lastly, we have Lisa. Okay.
Hi, thank you very much. I really.
Oh, we lost her.
All right. I have unmuted myself again, I hope. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate the hours that you put into this. It's very much appreciated. As a family that inherited a property at Goose Rocks with no funds to maintain the property, short-term rentals are critical to us maintaining the home in the family. So we appreciate some of the concessions that you've made this evening. I think that they're all positive. One lens I would ask you all to think about as you're looking at the ordinance is to look at short-term rentals versus either seasonal homes or year-round homes in terms of some of the issues that have been raised. For example, disruption to neighbors, parking, et cetera, because there are many properties that are very large, 7-bedroom, 5-bathroom homes that could cause a greater disturbance than our 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom rental property. So as you're looking at the ordinance, I would encourage you to think about the entire town of Kennebunkport, year-round residents, seasonal residents, as well as short-term rentals as a lens to which to view, is this best regulated through short-term regulation, or is it something that should apply to all properties? And do we have existing ordinances that address the issues? The other thing I would think about is, what is the cost to the town of regulating short-term rentals in terms of the burden on the code enforcement office and inspections? Most of us, I would expect all of us that do short-term rentals have insurance policies, both property and liability insurance policies. And perhaps a way to reduce the burden, the cost on the town would be to provide proof of insurance and inspection of our properties by the insurance agencies as part of the registration process. So that might be a more cost-effective solution for the town and simplify things. So I just encourage you to consider that. And those are my comments for this evening.
Thank you very much. So we have no more hands, correct?
No more hands.
Okay. What? No more hands?
No more hands. I've got the screen up on the right side of my screen to see who's in the audience.
Let's go to item 13, accept resignation from the Senior Advisory Committee, Susan Broke.
So move.
Second.
The first and the second, I'm going to take a roll call. Pat?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Sheila?
Aye.
Alan says aye, motion carries. Okay, discuss, item 14, discuss November and December meeting schedule. Uh,
So you can see from the note on the agenda that the second meeting in November and the second meeting in December are conflicting with a couple of holidays, and so we're looking for direction. In the past, oftentimes you've just had a short warrant approval meeting on the second meetings of both months.
I'd say we do that again.
I think that's a great idea.
So we would need to know when you want to do that. Do you want to do it the Wednesday before or earlier in the week, or what makes sense? I don't know what people's plans are.
I have no plans, so whatever works for the rest of the board is fine with me.
I'm going to be gone Thanksgiving week.
So we're meeting by Zoom, Sheila. So that's
Oh,
good news.
Forgetting that.
Mm.
Okay, I can do that.
Don't worry, we can come with you anywhere.
All right. Tuesday or Wednesday is good for me. I mean, I'm not going anywhere.
For a short meeting, I can meet you from the boat if I'm out fishing from my phone.
Yeah.
So do you want to say the Wednesday?
Sure.
Yes.
Wednesday.
That's good for me too.
23rd.
Yeah, 23rd of December.
23rd of December and the 25th of November?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think so. Early in the morning.
We have done them about 9 a.m.
9 a.m. Okay.
I can sleep in.
Okay, and what are we going to do for the Christmas?
Wednesday.
23rd.
Okay. At 9?
Hmm?
At 9 a.m.?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving right along. Under other business. A, consider order to abate a malfunctioning wastewater disposal unit. That's your.
Yep.
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and second. Is there any more discussion?
I think that the packet was very clear and very thorough.
Okay.
So the only thing is this supplementary packet the public did not get. So I think we should just give people an update on what's happening.
Okay, you go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Warner, you're up.
Yeah, yes,
You're
I'll move to be quick with this. So, you know, we have an instance here in town where we have a malfunctioning septic system that services 4 properties. And up until today, you know, we had 3 of the 4 property owners that were in agreement in terms of process for getting that issue remediated. And so out of concern that, you know, that components of the system weren't going to be addressed as part of the overall, you know, failure that's happening. You know, I put together this request to the board based on state statute that would allow for, you know, for the town to be able to step in and abate if necessary. And so I would like to keep that option on the table, and I'm asking the board to authorize, you know, the authority to serve orders on the property owners, you know, with a set time limit, and to abate the nuisance, which is the failing system.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none. I'll take a roll call. Sheila?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries. Thanks, Warner.
Thank you.
B, consider alternatives to the Cape Porpoise mail delivery.
So can we bring Mike Claus up to be with us?
Is Mike still up?
Oh my gosh, poor Mike.
Poor Mike, we're at least an hour past Alan and myself's bedtime.
I
2
know,
hours.
but
So Alan, do you want to begin with the Cape Porpoise issue?
Are you asking me?
Yes, you're the one who brought it to my attention, so.
The Cape Porpoise post office is, as we know it, at Bradbury's is no longer going to be after December 31st. So we tried to find reasonable solutions. And the best solution that we can come up with is cluster boxes in the village of Cape Porpoise somewhere. And the only place right now that we know of that might work is the ball field in Cape Porpoise, the Fireman's Ball Field. And I think Mike might have some suggestions with how we're going to do that at the ball field. Do you, Mike? Are you muted?
Mike,
Muted.
you're muted. Mike, you're muted.
Can you hear me now? I think we got some numbers from the post office on pads that they'd have to have for the cluster boxes. And we can lay some of those out for folks to look at, just either paint some lines on the ground or put some stakes in the ground, either side as you go in or straight forward as you go in, just so that people can get to the boxes in the existing parking lot.
You're talking on the right-hand side down there, Mike?
Yeah, where the old, it looks like there's sort of a tennis court. There's a
Four square, yeah.
yeah, that's paved. We'd have to pull that out, and they would pull the post office would have a contractor come in and put the slabs in at grade. I can't. They want the boxes right, not right at grade, pretty much. Yeah. Based on the letter I got, but we can figure that out. But we can pull any of that tennis court out that we've got to take out, or put them on the other side of the parking lot. So we can. I think we've got some options there. Eventually,
Mike, do you have any idea of how much area this is going to take?
Yeah, we got the dimensions today. They're looking at 12-foot by 4-foot pads. And I believe we need 5 of those and then 1 smaller pad to go in addition to that. So there's 6 pads in all. So, 5 12-foot long pads. And a sixth 4-foot long pad, I believe he had.
The only question I had was they were looking at, I looked at all that stuff. The question I had was they're talking about 272 boxes and we've got 288 active. So at least that's the number we got, isn't it, Alan?
What I understood, yes.
So there's 18 boxes short for the current. I'm not sure all the current people will want a box, but
I think some people are moving over to Kennebunkport, and I saw a couple people today digging post holes for a mailbox, so.
okay. Well, then maybe it's enough.
I know of 2 people who aren't going to be there. One's leaving town, and the other's asked me if I'll dig him a hole. I don't know what he wants the hole for.
Maybe it's enough then. Yeah, okay.
I called Dean today to see, the area at Bradbury's where they have the picnic tables?
Mhm.
What, is that feasible to put the cluster boxes there?
I can tell you that I don't think that they're interested in doing that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Alan and I have talked to both of them, and I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the only place that I can think of that we have a very short window because they have to pour the cement and everything else. And if we're going to keep our zip code and our identity, we have to move quick on this. So,
What are we talking in cost?
well, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Lori, I think the postal service is going to pay for putting the boxes in and we have to maintain them. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the post office would put the concrete and the boxes in, but we have to maintain the area. So that would include plowing in the winter, and Mike has some ideas about potentially pavement for the entrance as well as perhaps some lighting. So Mike, do you want to talk about that?
I think we'd have to, I think we'd have to take a look, especially on the left as you go in, there's a lot of silt right in that parking area. We have to probably pull a little bit of the silt out and put some gravel back in, build up the base a little. We've still got some material stockpiled in our yard from the milling of Ocean Avenue and Mills Road. We could probably just use that material. And then there'd be some paving costs in there, and whatever we wanted to do for lighting. You know, if we did want to put some kind of an overhead, you know, parking lot light in there for nighttime use.
Richard Smith is in the audience and has his hand up. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I unmuted now?
You are.
Yes.
Okay. You guys have put in a very long evening, and I do not envy you. All
I'm
of the
surprised you're still awake.
Yeah, I am too. I am too. But at any rate, with regard to the post office boxes, yes, it is a major inconvenience to have to make this change.
Yeah.
It is also, if we were to lose post office and zip code 04014, it basically signals the demise of the name Cape Porpoise as an entity. It becomes just a neighborhood. It is just another place within a larger community. But more than that, having the history of Cape Porpoise post office being at Bradbury's really has served to bring the community together. People go there every day and randomly bump into their neighbors, keep up with what's going on, deal with the issues of the day and whatever. Many people walk there. And to that end, when actually both Alan and Mike approached me about whether or not the Atlantic Hall might entertain allowing location of boxes along the side of Atlantic Hall on the Langsford Road side, I said, hey, let me think about it. I've talked with a few people, done some measurements. We cannot accommodate the full number there, but where is it written that all of the boxes have to go to one location within Cape Porpoise? Today, for instance, I took a ride around Riverlocks and found that they actually have cluster boxes in 4 different locations within Riverlocks. Now, Riverlocks is not its own zip code as Cape Porpoise is, but there is potentially the option of having some along Langsford Road and some at the fire station, at the fire ball field, I'm sorry, and perhaps other. The point being that we would, I think it's important to keep the sense of community that is achieved by people with their daily regimen going and meeting with their neighbors as they conduct their daily activity of collecting their mail. And I would like to offer that I would propose it to the Atlantic Hall board, and I have already done some back work. I think it would be well received if some portion were it were decided that that was a viable place, because it essentially is in the center of Cape Porpoise and would be handy to many of the current box holders, although other locations might be more central to others. So thank you for getting involved in this. I understand that there are some other options among those that and I've not seen it officially, but others have said that the post office has said that if people would transfer to post office boxes in the Kennebunkport post office, that they could maintain their 04014, I'm sorry, zip code and be delivered at that post office. Well, that's handy, but it still represents a change of address to some new box number. And the other question is, if you put a box at the end of your driveway, is the option of maintaining an 04014 Cape Porpoise address still open? Or are you categorically required to be Kennebunkport 04046?
04046.
Yep. So Richard, how many boxes do you think that you could hold down there?
Well, I did some measurements this morning, and talking about along Langsford Road, between the two existing walkways parallel to the sidewalk, we have 22 feet. And then from the second walkway, that is the one that goes to the back door, which is the handicap access, is another 20 feet to the utility pole. And I believe that the utility pole is roughly aligned with the boundary line between the Atlantic Hall and the church. So if you were to make full utilization, and truly a full utilization along that line would be quite imposing, it would allow for, what was the number? I sent it to you on an email, Mike.
Me?
Yeah, you. Mike Weston, I'm sorry. Something like 248 or so of the targeted number of 272. However, that would not account for the additional parcel drop boxes. That would only be for the location of the 16 unit cluster boxes that was in the information that you folks got back from the regional office in Portland.
We're going to have to check with the Postal Service.
Yeah.
I think the other concern is, snowplow maintenance. So snow maintenance, in order for people to get delivery, it has to be kept clear.
Well, and that is why we considered along that sidewalk, because you already keep that clear. Now, where you're going to blow it, that's another question. If these are elevated enough that you would blow beneath the boxes, that would be the good news.
Yeah, traditionally sidewalk cleanup has been done after a storm. So
Yep.
Mike, what are your thoughts about that?
That section of Langsford, we've done snow removal on. Typically, we do that right after we do Dock Square. But we might have to rearrange the timing based on this, having to get the mail opened up.
Yeah, typically they have been pretty prompt with it. I will credit with that. And we've had no, from the Atlantic Hall side, no urgent priority that has prompted us to make incremental requests.
We don't blow that onto the side. I think we blow that out on the street and do it as part of the Cape Square snow removal usually.
Oh.
I believe. I'll talk with the crew and confirm.
But again, where this would not readily accommodate the full complement of all boxes that is that need to be replaced. I'm wondering if a segmented plan throughout the neighborhood might be a desirable option.
I think we'd have to ask the post office if they would, if we could have two different locations. I mean, I don't know what they would say.
Well, they would say, I would hope that they would say that that would be a lot better than 272 individual locations throughout the town if everybody put up their own box.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then the second one could go closer to Goose Rock's Beach.
True.
We'll find out on that and get back to you real soon. Richard, could you hear me?
I'm sorry, would you please repeat?
Sure. We'll get back to you real soon on this. We have to find out from the Postal Service if they would be accommodating to that.
Sure, sure. And again, we're just exploring options.
Well, thank you.
And I would present this, we will be meeting on Tuesday as the Atlantic Hall Board. As I say, I've done a little bit of pre-work, but as a board, we have not brought it under consideration yet.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Richard. So.
We gotta make a decision tomorrow or the day after. I don't know.
What would you guys like to do?
The point that we all have made is that we want to keep it, we're trying to find a way to keep it as close to Cape Porpoise Square as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, to have it out at the Fireman's Park, which is a good location, I got a feeling most people will end up going over to Kennebunkport.
I don't know whether Kennebunkport can handle all that.
What they said was, I agree, but I was told, I thought that they could handle anybody who's got a current box at, is that not true?
I think they originally were hoping or to set up an individual carousel, but I think originally where people were talking, they didn't really understand the size constraints at the current locations. So she did say to me that they were looking at that, but there was no way they could do that.
Okay. So I'd like to, is there any chance to put any at the fire station?
Where would they park though, Mike?
Yeah, I think the concern is that people would park in front of the fire station, and
Yeah.
with chems there, that would be a challenge.
Because they have quite a bit of vehicular parking or traffic, if you will, there, because they seem to staff it quite well. Pat would probably be able to answer that. No. But I always see quite a few cars down there when I go through the square.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they're all chems.
I had a suggestion, but I think that they will probably shoot me at Atlantic Hall, but where the library is would make a good post office.
So.
I don't think that happened.
Some of us had suggested that a long, long time ago, and it didn't go over very well.
So we need to go ahead and make a decision tonight to move on, because we're not gonna meet for 2 more weeks. And we need to come up with an idea tonight to be able to go ahead and make sure that we are gonna have boxes in Cape Porpoise when it comes 1/1/21. So how about if somebody makes a motion? Do we need a motion we need a motion for this, don't we, Lori?
I would like to know if you're committing town land, yes.
Okay. I would like to see, we can't speak for the Atlantic Hall yet because we don't know. But for right now, to find out from Richard if it's a go or not, I'm suggesting that we go ahead and commit the ball field for mailboxes.
I second that motion.
Okay.
I have a first and a second.
We gotta have it by the end of the year, that's for sure.
Right, so.
So can you tell me your motion again?
I make a motion that we go ahead and use the Fireman's Park for mailboxes.
Okay.
That's my motion, and I have a first and a second. But with a caveat attached to that, if that we would still like to see if we could go ahead and use some of the Atlantic Hall, and we'll have to wait until we hear back from Richard.
Okay,
And
that's where I get confused in the motion.
And
Okay,
if the Postal Service will let us do.
I'll contact them tomorrow and see what they say. The guy I'm dealing with isn't back until Tuesday. He left today, so I'll do my best.
You always do. Okay, I'm gonna do a roll call. Sheila,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Alan says aye, motion carries. Okay, other business. Sheila,
None.
Pat,
Nothing.
Ed,
Hidden, right? No.
Mike,
I've got 6 or 7 pages here I wanted to.
Yeah, okay. We'll see you later.
myself now.
Yeah, I'm coming down to your house right now.
I agree. I give.
Laurie, you have none? Wow, that's a first. That's a first.
Whoa.
I moved the warrants.
Do I have a first on the warrants?
I just said I moved them. Yes.
Second.
Okay, Sheila,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries.
Move to adjourn.
So we gotta come in the morning and sign the assessment thing and the town warrant, correct?
Yep.
I'll be
Yeah,
in-
and the orders for the abatement of the malfunctioning system.
I'll be there in the morning. Okay.
Do I have a first? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, Sheila,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
Ed,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Alan says aye. Motion carries. Good night, everyone.
Good
I think
night.
this is a record.
This way.